A lot of work. G-Fin unfortunately died. And down here, there is this guy over here. I'm kind of hoping just flies over here. Looks like it's what it's doing. So this is a demon of snow, which is terrifying. And I'm going to tell all of my squads, which, by the way, most of my commanders are dead. Tobes is the only commander still walking. They're all going to move up to here. Just making sure everybody's aware. I'm not accusing anybody of leaving. We do have some very seriously injured soldiers, including Art Dude, who's unconscious. But strongest ones have moved up. Unless it floated away. Well, I'm not seeing it. Okay, so what we're going to do is this. Let's see if we can seal this off. Recover wounded. That's what I need. Wounded. Recover. Okay, so we do have 4 dwarves coming down to recover wounded. There appears to be 4 dwarves down here wounded. Donnie, Gray R were both found dead in the last couple minutes. Our dwarves coming to construct building. At least one is. This is Stinthad. Running past the piles of demons. Running all the way down to the base levels. Never mind, this dwarf's actually going up. Let's actually just unforbid these. Cancel this, cancel this, cancel this. And just build these up with... I guess there's an obsidian piece right there, but that's not what I want to use. I'm just going to use the boulders because they're just right here. Let's just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Cancel you. 1 dwarf. 2 dwarf. So this will be an opportunity to train up our squads even more. And actually give them adamantine weapons. I've been live for 8 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to play this fort until we're done with it. Until we as a community decide that this fort is done. So I have a feeling this is going to be a long stream. So grab your sippy cups because we're going to be here for a while. All right. Animal has grown to become a stray rhino. We do have 3 jobs coming down for construction. A forgotten beast has arrived. Oh no, sorry. A cyclops has arrived. Named Mima. A great humanoid with a single eye in its forehead. I've killed its eldest daughter, its second eldest daughter, and its only son. It's got a piano. Or what looks like a piano. Okay, what is this? The Lun is an ion? Is that an L or a U? Anyway, is a huge stationary metal instrument, which uses a metal pump to send water into a chamber, ultimately supplying to blow through any of 396 glass pipes. I don't want to get hit by that. That sounds painful. How many kills do you have? Oh. Including a necromancer? Holy shit. Dude's been busy. Wow. Lady. Is that a divine metal instrument? No, it's fungi wood. But it is all craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It has a wooden shield, bronze shields, and it's wielding the piano as a weapon, by the way. Which is, it's got a boot in one hand and a piano in the other. A weird glass pipe organ thing in one hand. I'm going to send both of these squads to go kill it. I'm sure they can. Although it is a legendary... I don't think I've ever seen a legendary Cyclops before. This thing is legendary in all regards. So, we've got this thing on the surface, and then just a bunch of demons in the basement. This is fine. This is fine. How much does it weigh? Not much. I'm not too concerned about... It's more just a funny mental image that it's wielding a piano. It's more just that. All right, so the king comes out first. All right, dude. Don't die on me. This will be real dramatic if you don't. Is dueling with the creature who is bleeding heavily and is now unconscious. Most recently hacked it in the lower leg with a steel battle axe, fracturing the bone, and the creature dies. And the king shrugs it off and moves on with his day after killing a Cyclops. Well done, Kingy. All right, let's see how things are doing down here. All these constructions are inactive. Saber was found dead? Did you die? Oh. There's a hummingbird brute in this room. All right, dwarves, you guys gotta get back inside. It waited for my decoy. And it ignores... Okay, it killed the friendly zombie. The zombie did nothing wrong. This is Tool Ball. It's getting shredded. I love yous up front. This dwarf screams, I was attacked. This does not shock me. I love you. Have you killed any demons up until this point? No demons, plenty of necromancers and zombies, though. 52 notable kills. Is bleeding and winded. But fortunately has backup from Iral, who's a dabbling spear dwarf. Has seen a spear before, hopefully. And I think runs away in fear. Iral bolted off. Tobe Zen, the legendary commander, the only still living militia commander, runs up. And turned around to get provisions. I'm assuming because the demon is dead? Nope, is not dead. Why are you turning around to get provisions? You're supposed to be killing this thing. Okay. I mean, don't if you insist. You're gonna let a lot of dwarves die. Hakurou Junko runs in and dies. Okay, now you help Tobes. Tobes is bleeding now, but is fighting with the creature. The creature is... Oh man, if we all die to this one creature, I'm gonna be sad. Tobes is now dead. Rest in peace, Tobes. Oh boy. Very coy, that much is known. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is once we kill this thing, Iral comes back, the dabbling... Oh boy. Creature is coming up, was bleeding briefly. Actually, no, it went back down. It's now seriously injured. What just hit you? Flying up. I think it just like curb stomped a child. Chasing a dwarf down. Oh, please run through that door. Do it, you won't. Is that ghost attacking? The ghost is completely unaware. Well, that'll buy us a little bit of time. Where did it go? Okay, so what I need to do is I need to get rid of a bunch of my squads. That's what I need to do. I need to get rid of a bunch of my... Oh, there it is. I need to get rid of a bunch of my squads, and I need to condense them all down into one, basically. This thing is faint and seriously injured. It can't take that many more hits. Okay. Sneaky Snaky, my legendary Spear Dwarf champion, is dueling with the creature. Punches it with her... Punches the hummingbird in the left foot with her right hand, bruising the bone, and stabs the brute in the upper body with a steel spear. Keeps dodging around and then dies. The champion is dead. It's literally just the king left. If this is how this ends, I'll be really bummed. Come on, king. Don't you fail me. Yes. You got another one. Okay. The king continues to be a legend. Every other squad has fallen. So what I need to do is I need to regroup these squads. Can I not make the king the militia commander? That sucks. Okay, fine. I'm looking for somebody who I know is a decent warrior. All right, Rupert, you get to be the new captain of the guard, the new militia commander. Rupert PY. And then melee effectiveness. Say speared skill. Because the squad, well, everybody except for the king. They'll all just be set to metal armor, so it's metal armor plus their choice of gear. Oh, I see the problem here. It's like, why is nobody showing up as my legendary Spear Dwarfs? It's because that it's set for not Spear Dwarves specifically. And then you're a fighter. Okay, so all of these dwarves are going to go train. And then to set a captain of the guard again. And a champion. And, oh, I see the problem here. And let's make another, let's make you, we'll make a metal crossbow squad. We'll just say, we'll sort by low stress. Space, Zakos, Ognet, Tubal, Raz, Sleepy Moon Moth. Then I will make another melee squad, which is just going to be metal armor. Which again, we'll search by lowest stress. Cold-blooded, you. Sure. You. Philosopher something. You. I want to just put all of my doctors into the military, but hey. It happens, it happens. Okay. So, now that I've done all of that, we're going to go down to here. I'm going to make this into a barracks. And I'm going to get the Allied Books and the Adulation of Mansions are going to start training there. And then you guys are just going to go train. Everybody is going to be set to no orders. No, let's just set everybody to constant training. They're all set to constant training, and they're all just going to go there and start training. I don't have much time because God knows when the next wave's going to come. But during this, I'm going to, once again, see if I can get them to do this. And I'm going to unlock this again. And all in the midst of that, let's see, do I even have a manager right now? Cavern Dwarf, so that's fine. I do not, in fact, have a manager right now. All right, so... Elfie Bean, you can be my manager, bookkeeper, and broker. Elfie, you can have a office, I don't know, right here. Okay, no, not there. Not there. Right here. And Elfie 3 died, who is the other Elfie. So now I'm going to do Steel Bolt. Just do 20. And let's do... what do I need? Oh, rock coffin, of course. 200. And then let's go up to here and get rid of a bunch of jobs I don't need. Okay, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need that, 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 don't really need that either. Okay. Now let's see what underworld is on the map. There's no underworld on the map right now. So currently we are 100% safe until we're not. So we're very safe currently. Definitely. We are going to roll all the way down to the bottom. Gonna claim everything. Because we're in between waves. There will be another wave of demons eventually, but for right now, we are safe. Pretty tense, though. Pretty fucking tense. Yeah, all of the necromancer towers are dead. Obviously, we haven't taken care of all of the necromancers. There's definitely still necromancers on the planet, on the world, on the map somewhere, but they are non-concerns of ours right now. All of the towers are dead. That was our goal. Right now, our actual goal is just simply seal off hell and then orchestrate another assault. That's interesting. Water laced with frozen extract. So all that we need is I need that area sealed up, and then we can train. Down here, this. So they're all slowly equipping stuff. Mohreb needs things still. Rupert's all equipped up. Baby Fem's getting there. Lycod's getting there. The King's done, ready to go. All right, so the children up until this point have been locked in their own zone. I'm turning off both of the zones and letting them out so that we can try and get down here and build this. Moreb's picking up their things and zipping off. Onyx, thank you very much for chucking a sub over to Beachiton. Beachiton, be cool. Okay, so a lot of dwarves are working on fixing items. A lot of dwarves putting stuff in tombs. Picking up equipment, picking up equipment. God, whenever I see those bodies in the stairs, I have a momentary panic. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub, dude. Oh, you're showing a friend of the channel? I see. I apologize to your friend for being inflicted upon me by no fault of your own. I hope you survive. Ice Slay Smoke running down here to memorialize the dead. I'm also amazed at how crazy happy these dwarves are, all things considered. This dwarf runs all the way down here for some upper back teeth. Very important. Okay, dwarves are placing items in tombs. That's the portal to hell. Could also tempt fate a little bit here, but I don't know if I should. By tempting fate, I'm saying I could very easily just, you know, let's just say, start mining all this out again and maybe tempt in another wave, but... Well, you clearly fixed that. Thank you. Okay. Well, they really don't want to construct that. You know, honestly, I don't blame them. There's so many bodies that are being put into tombs right now. Oh my god. Like, hold on. That's how many dwarves are actively putting stuff into tombs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 dwarves. The king killed multiple demons, including just saving the fort by hacking the head off of a demon that was, like, brutalized the remainders of large chunks of my military. There's currently no underworld as far as the dwarf can see, so that's a good thing. We've halved our population today. The bad news is we lost half of the population today. The good news is we still have half of our population today. Oh, no, we had a population of 160. Actually, you know what? I regret everything I've done here. You are not going to be in the military. You are a necromancer, and that'll end poorly for us. So instead, this dwarf who's a novice wrestler can join. And I don't know. This dwarf can join. They're an adept mace dwarf. I'm letting them just select whatever weapon they're best with. Bad news is the golf scoring? I know nothing about what you're referring to. Really? About 3 minutes? From, like, breaking into hell into all of your dwarves dead? Or all of them dead? I guess the question is, who won? Ah, central staircase, gotcha. One of my chickens is dead. I'm hoping that chicken just died of old age. The children are finding their dead parents, likely. All dwarves dead? Wow. Yeah, I like it when they go that way. Those are always fun. That's Aegis being placed in a tomb. Cloudy GM has bestowed a name upon a steel spear. I would too, after going through all this. But yeah, I literally just need them to do this. Seal this area off. The other thing I'd like them to do is I'd like them to go up to here. Let's build this stairwell. So how many adamantine wafers do I have? Wafer. 6 of them. Not many. I was gonna say I could make a. I should do that. Adamantine battle axe. 2. 1 for the king primarily. Could I forbid all corpses until the floor is built? Certainly. But I would much rather give the dwarves first choice over what tasks they would like to complete. Clearly, the corpses are more important, as due to the oncoming threat of ghosts. Otherwise, the dwarves would have completely changed their priorities. So yes, I could forbid that, but that wouldn't be the choice of the dwarves, now would it? Kubok over here has a steel mace. I really wish that you had a silver mace, of which we have many, but... this is Eusteth, who was one of my military dwarves. Who's hanging out on top of Dissociated Hollow. This is a dwarf just... I thought this was a ghost initially. No, this is just a dwarf picking up equipment. Okay, maybe I need to remove you from the military. You can't stand. Your ability to grasp is somewhat impaired. Etor, I can remove you from the military. We will replace you with somebody else. Urist, you can join that squad. I mean, you can get by without being able to see. I'm proof of this. Although, without being able to see well, I guess is when I should clarify there, but... Also removing Slayed Monster Ash. I wonder if there's any creatures around I can butcher. No. No, that's what I thought. Also, don't forget, chat room, we're also at war with, like, every faction in the world. It was definitely more than a week or so ago. Never have been happier. V60s are wonderful. Also, I don't know what type of coffee grinder you use, but Hario makes a really, really nice plastic coffee grinder that's like 30 bucks. It's really nice, high-quality plastic. It's just a little hand-powered one. It's a little crank grinder. Takes like 2 minutes to grind your coffee and makes your elbow sore, but it's worth it. Okay, how many dwarves are resting? That's the other question. Oh, actually not that many. Wow. There's only one still in hospital. Everybody else has been moved out. All mind control is doing a good job. I guess that's what happens when your doctor's name's Psycho and, you know, you have buckets. We had soap. I guess we used it all. But we got plenty of splints, thread, cloth, etc. Huh! This dwarf is now worth like an extra $5,000. Maybe more. They have adamantine strands stitched into them. I kind of love it when that happens, even though it's very annoying. It's like, well, that should be used to make adamantine weapons. Instead, we stitched it into a dwarf. Well, dwarf, you're now more valuable. Honestly, if you want to get some nice coffee stuff is very cheap. Just look into the Hario family of products. They all come from Japan, very cheap. Like a V60 is like $50 Canadian money. That's not even real money. Yeah, I fucked up. So much adamantine got put into the hospital. Oh well. All are we doing on the tomb jobs now? Only one dwarf is placing items in tombs. Okay. Which means I probably just run out of tombs. Not using any mods, just DF hack. This door, there's no reason for that to be locked. It's unlocked. There, get down there. Okay, so they do have a way to path down here. I'm not sure why they're not constructing this stuff. I'm going to disable a bunch of jobs that we don't need currently. No automatic weaving. No automatic web collection. Kind of like how to get better at making coffee. Step 1, watch James Hoffman. Step 2, watch James Hoffman. Step 3, buy what he recommends, but not the super fancy stuff. Unless for some reason you have $20,000 to spend on a coffee grinder. I haven't killed your dwarf yet. Sentient potato, so there's that. Of course, I'm sitting here going, why is nothing happening? Game's paused, you dum-dum. So yeah, all of these jobs just sitting here. We can just run in here and cancel all of them. Clear a lot of these real quick, because I've disabled all weaving, as well as all web collection. It's going to speed things up a little bit. The problem is this fortress is currently designed to run with way more dwarves than it currently has. Ponder the lever. I love it when they ponder the lever. Items in barrels. I mean, we have to wait for my recruits to train up anyway, so. Has convinced you to make a cup of decaf? I shouldn't. The placebo of coffee keeps me awake, even if it doesn't have caffeine in it. Okay, so there's a ghost of steam floating around. A few. Fortunately, these big blob monsters are not super strong. It's not for me. Oxygen not included. It's not bad, it's just not for me. That's my entire thoughts on it. I don't know. It never grabbed me. Never really grabbed me. Which is a shame. It looked like a cool game. Yeah, I feel you there, Belle. Yeah, you know what? We'll do this for a minute. Quit hauling. Quit engraving. Quit stone cutting. Quit plant harvesting. Quit fishing. Quit hunting. Wood cutting. Quit mining. Let's just construct some stuff. There's this one, like, hauling this dead demon. Just like shade monster tail. I'm gonna just try using something that isn't obsidian. Maybe it's accessibility of the material that's the problem. Sale was too tempting to miss. I'm pretty convinced it's the cheapest that game's ever going to be because the price is going to go up in a moment. There's a mosquito devil in the fort. I repeat, there's a mosquito devil in the fort. Meaning it's time to send all of the squads down to fight it. And also it's time to turn this back on. Oh boy. Fonzie's right there. But I was going to say it missed him, but nope. It's going for him. And that's another dwarf dead. Child runs by. Many dwarves running upstairs. Not all of them are undertrained. And most likely the trained ones will get here first. Because they're stronger so that they can run faster. Child misses. Did the child hit him? The child misses and says, I've improved my wrestling. I'm not sure that missing repeatedly and getting him grabbed and repeatedly dropped counts as increasing your skill in combat, but that was Ranger Rick, the child that just died. All right. And pause the game. Ranger Rick and Fonzie have been found dead. Creature moves up, and I think just got immediately hit by a bolt. We're fighting with Domas and Edzul, who are both recruits. Crit slashes at the demon, but she jumps away. Rupert is a legendary spear dwarf, so there are some good spear dwarves. The creature is bleeding. Safe Keeps here, who's an adept spear dwarf, was in the military briefly before, but was removed for being too tantrumy. The creature dies. All right, that's it. I'm actually going to set my military to train right here. Because I need them to be closer to where the demons are going to pop out. This is too far away. This is safer, but it's too far away. Now you guys go back to training. And then we're also going to dig out a hole right here. And this is where I'm going to get my crossbow dwarves training. I'm going to put a stockpile down here, which is just going to be full of ammo. Specifically only bolts. And jump up to here. This stockpile is going to go bye-bye. So that we have tons of steel bolts that we can bring down. Velociraptor Hijinks died apparently in that fight. Just gonna jump back up here. Set up that piano in the tavern. Well, maybe it's time to return soon then. Or just wait until it hits 1.0. Sentient potato. All right, I don't personally think that me disabling all of these jobs is really doing much. Unless they literally just haven't completed them all yet. Oh, wait, no, this is literally just the cleanup job, right? Except I added in wounded recovering, equipment acquiry, yeah. Conducting meetings, sure. Okay. Yeah, I feel you there. Try games out when you have time, not because you have to, right? They're significantly less fun and fun if you have to. We'll just turn off hunting. I don't need meat. I'm gonna leave farming off for a little bit. I know that might sound nuts, but we're just gonna leave farming off for a wee bit. And I'm gonna set everybody to do orderlies. I would be real happy right now if we got well, no, dude, have you seen how much food we have, GFan? Like, if you're worried about food, we've got 12,000 prepared meals. I think we're okay. Or 12,000 edible items, not necessarily prepared meals. But we have 12,000 food stuff. I'm not super concerned about food. Like, maybe I'm being extraordinarily naive, but... All right, well, this was originally supposed to be an artifact hall, but I'm going to repurpose it. Oh, wow, they didn't even make that many. Okay, so that's GFin, I love you, Celistaris, Sheldon, Dasa's tombs once they get constructed. The fact that these dwarves are still as happy as they are, I think, is borderline a miracle. Alfie Bean's crying. Carrying technophobic freak's body. It's too real. I didn't name the dwarf I love you. A user in chat named I love you changed the name of their dwarf to or made their name of their dwarf I love you. That's not my fault, okay? Just because I happen to read the name of that dead dwarf sometimes, it's completely unrelated and out of context and thus misrepresenting me and my personality. Anyway, do what you want with it. It's on the internet. So. But for context, we're not streaming Caves of Cut tonight, for clarity's sake. What? Did... What just... Okay, so another... Wait, did another mosquito devil just fly in? No, a Wraith of Salt did. Is there a Wraith on the map right now? Oh. Something just came up and killed one of my dwarves. But they're doing what you want them to be doing now. See how they're kind of just crossing the map like this? That's because they're not actually attacking us. They are simply acting as wild animals now. So we are fully past their initial wave. Hey, coffee's coffee, right? Okay, so I did just lose 2 military dwarves, but slowly coming back down. At least we're starting to get these stairs built, too. Also good. Doing stitches. Actually, how many dwarves are resting? Oh, jeez. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, there's shitty coffee and there's good coffee. In the same way that there's shitty bread and good bread, right? You don't want to eat shitty bread. You want to eat the good bread. The good bread's way better than shitty bread. Why would you want to eat the shitty bread? You know? How was the concert? I'm never going back to the venue again because it was awful. But the concert itself was great. It's nice to see In Flames again. Wonder Bread isn't bread. That's cake in a bread bag. Just because somebody put cake in a bread bag does not automatically qualify it as bread. Just because if you make a video game with permadeath and call it a roguelike, it's not automatically a roguelike, okay? Taken from the wise words of the traditional video game known as Among Us. Anybody who plays video games knows some games are just sus. So many dead things. You ran, what, was someone actually burning toast? Man, YouTube is such a stupid fucking website. Why does this website exist? Sorry, I have this, like, 3 times, I use a VPN, right? Like, 2 to 3 times a day, YouTube asks me to verify that it's me. It's like, you're on a different location. It's like, no shit. It's called a VPN, you dumb website. God. I understand security, but quit being bad, YouTube. Imagine tabbing over to your YouTube tab because you have to ban somebody. I didn't, but because you have to ban somebody and you haven't tabbed over all day, and then you have to like grab your phone and do two-factor before you can like actually ban the person. Imagine that. Wouldn't that be all hunky-dory? Do I have Cobb's Bakery in Vancouver? Yeah, but there's better bakeries than Cobb's that aren't large chains. Cobb's isn't bad, it's just there's better. You can do better than Cobb's. You know what? We'll just put corpses there. And also, the nearest Cobb's is like 2 bus rides away. No, I go to a little Ukrainian bakery that's been there for forever if I want to get nice bread. Otherwise, I just go to my grocery store and they have an in-house bakery, which is fine. Cobb's is a large chain, and it's not a small bakery, whatever it's worth. Now, the good bakery chain around here is a Bread Affair. That's the good bakery chain. If anything crazy happens, I will pause, but because even though we're in an ad, I'm just gonna kind of let it run. Because a lot of this is just putting bodies away. Just remember that the current CEO was the chief financial officer at YouTube before he became the CEO, and his big idea was, hey, what if you could respond to comments with shorts, which is a pretty good idea, followed by, and then what if you could sell those shorts as NFTs? And then, like, literally, like, was in charge of the entire Web3 YouTube movement, was, like, what he was doing before he became CEO. So, like, you know, people complain about Twitch. You go to a Ukrainian market for all the meat. The only, like, meats place here is Chinese, which is fine, but I question their cleanliness, so I don't ever actually buy anything there. Still don't understand NFTs. It's a digital receipt. That isn't deletable. That's it. Had a new job in 3 days? That... Well, okay, no, he had a new job for a minute, yeah. I mean, hey. CEOs got to be employed too, okay? Are we gatekeeping work from CEOs now? I mean, come on. Didn't he, like, immediately... I saw one headline saying he became the OpenAI CEO and then immediately stopped caring. So I have no idea if he's still the OpenAI CEO or if he's quit or if they fired him or whatever. And was replaced in 3 days? Okay, yeah. Okay. Dwarves are pen pasturing stuff. Using items in tombs. I think the only thing worse than a human CEO would be a large language model trained in all of the dialogue of all of the CEOs on Earth. So I don't even think that that's like a weird thing to say. I think like that's just my whole take. I'm 100% sure anyone would notice that too. Okay, well, looks like they are building down. Okay, this is what I need to fix. Just whatever's closest. It doesn't matter. Because they are building these stairs, which is what I need them to be doing. At least it would be entertaining, Technosera. I don't know. There has to be like some tech startup person who's like dressed up as a VTuber on a Zoom call. That has to have happened, right? So this is Olin. Olin has a dwarf name. Are we actually getting attacked by dwarves? Yeah, I think we are. Because I am at war with every faction that isn't mine that I have access to. Except for the elves, somehow. Exceptionally designed image of the narrow crescents. The image is a symbol of the infinite razor, a dwarven civilization. Yep, it is made from cat bone. Well, that checks out. All right, well, let's close this door. Well, Pablo, we need you to turn around here. Just kind of gave up. Oh, that's because this is... Oh, I was going to say, because this is still closed, but no, it's not. Turn around, you dorp. You derp. All right, well, fine. Well, I just kind of fucked up. But that's fine. It's easy to fix. All right. Lightning Roger's been found dead. What killed you? Wraith of Salt Gordon. Oh boy. Sounds like my military's busy. Ah! Mr. Raven the recruit is on fire. Ral's concerned. Kuvok's tired. I would be too. Locum's on fire. Where's the king? Ah. In his royal chambers. Well, that checks out. Buddy, stay there. Actually, you know what? Maybe don't. Huh. Let's see how this goes. Do you have an adept mace dwarf dueling with the creature? Creature disappears momentarily. Got Locum, who's also on fire, dueling with another creature. Okay, so screw this siege for right now. We're just not going to worry about it. We got bigger problems. Also, if this fort ends by... If this fort ends with the enemies invading us as hell invades us, I'm super happy, by the way. I have not had the chance to seal hell off, no. That's why demons are still getting it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be demons in here right now. If we'd sealed hell off, this wouldn't be happening currently. So Mr. Slap Happy is somehow not on fire, but also incapable of killing this thing. So you were correct initially. You could have just assumed you were correct. On the bright side, one of these creatures is really weak. The other one, not so much. I see Delisle SDF on fire. Let's just station them all right here. All right, let's follow the king then. Come on, king. Don't fail me. Also, we're never going to get another migrant wave because so many of the factions in the world hate us, by the way. Where are you going? In before the creatures get into the fortress because the king goes around them. Wraith of Salt. Says, I've improved my biting. That is not satisfying. Try chewing more. Flame kicks the Marksdwarf in the head. People just need to realize that demons can breathe underwater and don't care about lava. The second you realize that, it makes a lot more sense why, no, I cannot, in fact, kill them. The king is fighting with lava, regardless of the whatever's in the basement. Wait, did you just kill both of them? Holy shit. Hold on a second. The king hacks the Wraith of Salt in the right lower leg with a steel battle axe and several parts sails off in an arc. The king hacks... What about the fire one? The king hacks the Haunt of Flame in the neck and the severed part sails. Did you just kill both of them? Okay, well, there's still this thing. But... Okay. Yeah, he kills the... I think he just killed both of them. Hold on. Let me double check. Okay, there's two winged demons on the map, and they're both in the basement. So, King killed both of them. Bear on the bus, you can join this squad. Alright, well, I can turn all these off again. Problem is there's that siege on the surface. So I guess I do the smart thing, right? Which is lock the doors and let the sieges in. That's actually what I should do. Is just lock this door. And just allow the sieges in if they want. We'll deal with them later if we can survive. But yeah, the thing that you need to realize with demons is that they are immune to fire, they are immune to lava, they are immune to water. They don't care about smoke, they don't care about any kind of pathing blocking, and they avoid all traps. And when you start asking about things like, can you cave them in? Yes. Can you abuse bugs? Like, do they avoid webs or on traps. Of course not, because nothing avoids bugs. Those are bugs. They're bugs for a reason. So glitches aside, they are only fightable with weapons and ranged weapons. With what pathway? Sentient potato? And can you guarantee that there will be demons in the area? Can I let them do that? No. I have no way of making them paths specifically into the basement. If I had a way of doing that, you'd think I'd be doing that, right? No, I'm too busy trying to make sure they don't get into my fortress, okay? Can they break bridges? Yes. They can topple bridges, and if they're standing on bridges, they don't activate because they're completely trap avoid. How else do I explain this to you? Bridges do not act, they don't fall down onto them. They won't raise underneath them. They won't retract underneath them. Sorry if I seem kind of frustrated, but there's a lot going on in here, and you guys asking what I would just, this is not your fault, but what I would describe to be just kind of redundant questions is just like, come on, really? You guys should know this. It's like, God damn it. All right, I really need to deal with these bodies. All right, did I turn? Okay, those are still off. Let's turn those back on. All sealed inside now. On the bright side, the frame rate's going up. Less dwarfs, high frame. No complaint. Good, good. I'm actually going to delete this stockpile. I'm very confused as to why they're not going into the hospital. But these should absolutely be going into the hospital. It's soap. Need that. King is currently resting. His head is torn open. Okay, so he does have a head injury. Oh, got a combat log. I think there's winged demons in the fort. No, there isn't. Did you kill the son? Well, okay. So I think a winged demon flew into the fort. Somebody killed it, but also bled out in the process. Because Robolo was also just found dead. I'm not sure why this corpse is burning. Just gonna extinguish it. My own sanity. Robol's been found dead. Yeah, okay, something must have happened there. I mean, it could be ghosts, it could be demons, it could be literally anything, but I saw a combat log, so I'm assuming it was a demon. But it could very much be ghosts. Who knows? It doesn't really... I know if it was a ghost, it would tell me that it was a ghost that killed him. It would say so-and-so batters so-and-so, and I haven't seen any of that. I actually don't think we have any meanie demons in here just yet. Okay, this is what we need to see. Come on. Not easy, Dwarf. That's all you need to do. Done. We're sealed off. It was that easy. All right. So, we do have another way up. Because this was ours. Where's the other one? There's the other one. Right here. So now we have time to recover things, train up a new military, do everything we gotta do. Ignore the outside. Actually, I'm curious. How many invaders are on the map? Invade. What? Oh, I see. I'm in the wrong menu. In this one. Okay, that's not a small siege. Okay, it's not a huge siege. It's not the worst. Humans, dwarves, goblins. Good spread of things. It's not that bad. I don't know. I've seen significantly worse. I can get rid of this stockpile, though. But this will give us an opportunity to, like, have some redos, I suppose. Did I not click that button? Oh, I see. I clicked the wrong button. What? I'm confused. Why can't I mine you out? Okay, fine, don't. See? Oh, right, duh. Sometimes I have my moments. Right, dwarves are running around equipping new weapons. Military, archery target, thunk, 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 thunk. This is going to become an archery range, and this is where we're going to train our new Marks dwarves. Wraith of Salt's getting hauled out. I feel like a Wraith of Salt is just evil French fries. Who needs the surface anyways? Well, realistically, I'm going to tell you guys this. It's 6:51 p.m. I have... Three more hours? 25 years. Pretty decently short for it. But also not too ridiculously long. Can't give... Oh yeah, also, throughout all of this, Van Ori's still alive. The legendary astronomer, I assume, at this point, but has become an astronomer. This dwarf is completely naked, has no ability to use his hands, and does nothing but eat, drink, party, and read. And think about things. This dwarf has had no, like, usable hands for a very long time, and then gets really upset when he has to store owned items. Uh-oh. I'm just going to I'm gonna be real mean to you, dwarf. I'm gonna deconstruct all of your item storage places. Handless dwarf still alive? Yep. Yes, that dwarf is still alive somehow. Kind of mad that there's no demons I can butcher. Ah, bummer. Let's get more tombs built. There's, I know for a fact, a bunch of ghosts floating around, and I keep getting these notices that are just like, yeah, ghosts, which is not good. Also, I should make this only dwarves. The worst OnlyFans knockoff. Because I actually want the demons going up this way, being thrown in here. If a statue would depict him without hands? I don't know. That'd be interesting. It's just beard. Yeah, pretty much. So chat, what do you got? What are the odds we run into a random demon in here that actually ends the fort? Oh God, wait! I'm so sorry, Elfie Bean. Come on, you can get out of the fire. Get out of the fire, Elfie Bean. Well, I mean, that command doesn't work right now. Yeah, it looks like Elfie's just burning to death. If you have a Steam account, you can use Steam in-home streaming to stream it to your phone. Rest in peace, Elfie. You didn't need to die that way. And are now here to fulfill your dwarfy needs. Well, I just set Elfie being on fire and feel terrible about it. So hopefully that helps satisfy your dwarfy needs. On the good news, though, pilot, I got the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. It's there, believe it. And this. That's pretty rad. Found a rusted metal buckler and immediately set dying sun on fire. God damn it. And Lightning Roger's corpse. Well, there goes another one of my barons. I will once again say I should have been more cautious with this, but I wasn't. So we live with these mistakes. He died like a son, after all. So many bodies going into tomb. The dwarf that has the word love, Y, and U in their name is also getting thrown away. G-Fin, you can't clip it this time. Lava takes all the dwarves in the end. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've thought about filling the whole fort up with lava from the volcano. Like, just scuttle the whole fort. All right, I'm going to turn all of these squads off for right now. And to put them all on no orders but ready so that they can go help. Oh, a crime is being reported. Excellent. Oh boy. Of course, this is what we need. Is I need to arrest that lass for beating the crap out of somebody. What a name to have to be the one getting arrested. Ugh. I don't even want to know what you did there, Dwarf. Don't even want to know what you did. It's gonna smell real bad in here in a minute. All right, it's very rare that I'm really tempted to turn on Fast Dwarf, but mate, I'm real tempted right now. Not gonna do it though. We will just simply pick a dwarf who's doing a thing and follow them. Punishable by flying demons? Oh, most definitely. Elfie Bean has been missing for a week. Really? Huh. Weird. Demons must have got her. Yep. I like how Elfie just types into the YouTube chat. I'm leaving for dinner. Bye. Be back soon. Comes back. My timing's impeccable. I wonder when Elfie got back. Stray duckling was found dead. Now that's just insult to injury. That's just mean. This dwarf's trying to fill a pond. Where? What? I've never even tried to get the rhinos to go to battle. I don't like using war animals, like, at all. So, no, they haven't, because I haven't tried. So, I never said I was going to do that. I war trained 2 of them, and that was it. Just so that chat would leave me alone about it, but, like, they are so bad. Like, unless they're a giant variant, I kind of just don't bother with it. All it really does is it traumatizes the dwarf that they're assigned to because they become bonded with them as a pet. You walked all the way down here to collect a thong? Really? All right. But no, I never had any intention on training them for military. Shake it like a salt shaker. Pretty much, yeah. I think once we can actually heal military animals, at that point, I'll probably start using them. But until then, it's just like, all I end up doing is just like constantly making DF hack heal them. It's like, I don't like doing that. I really don't like doing that. Because they're like one use and then they fall apart. And then it scars that dwarf for forever because they feel like they just lost a family member. The one like instance where war animals are useful, if you have like a prince or a princess or a queen or some dwarf who's really weak but important, and you make a bunch of war dogs and assign them to that dwarf, then they'll just follow them around, and that's great. The problem with rhinos, and I feel the same about bears. Bears are also really useful. The reason I don't like war rhinos and I'll never use them, unless they're giant, asterisk, which they're not, they're just normal rhinos, is because they need to be grazing. So it adds another level of micromanagement where you need to put them in a pasture, pay attention to them until they get hungry, release them from the pasture so that they can then go, or disable the pasture or whatever you do, so that then they can go do the military thing, and then send them back to the pasture. Because the second they get hungry, they lose a lot of their like focus and combat ability and become significantly worse. And it's like, I'm not gonna micromanage that. There is no world where I will ever micromanage that. If I wanted to use war rhinos, I would probably just mod them so they don't need to graze or something. But like, there's heal-full, which works on all creatures, including animals. Sentient potato. But it's like you click on one, type in heal-full. Click on the next one, type in heal-full. Click on the next one, type in heal-full. So, I mean, you can do that if you want, but I ain't doing that. So no, we've been using the rhinos for meat. It's one of those things where it's like, if you're willing to micromanage that, be my guest. I'm not sure why DJ Rock is sitting on an armor stand right now, but DJ Rock's corpse is currently hung on an armor stand. There really isn't a way to bind any of that to a macro, though. It requires clicking on it. So, no. Basically, if they graze, I won't use them as war animals. Period. Like that's my rule of thumb. If they have to graze, I will not use them as war animals. So giant grizzly bears are my go-to war animals. Or giant cats. Giant war tigers. Awesome. Yeah, any cat or bear or creature that doesn't need to graze. Elephants, if they're giant, I'll use them. But also, bears take a year to grow up. Elephants and rhinos take 10. It's like, you know, wait 10 years just to kill them immediately. They're not that strong. But yeah. People who play Dwarf Fortress talk a lot about war animals because in theory they're really cool. In practice, they're just not worth it, in my experience. If there is, I've never seen one. It wouldn't surprise me if there's polar bears. There is, in fact, polar bears. I don't believe I've ever seen one. Yep, they are war trainable too. So yeah, I would use polar bears. Sure. Penguins are not war trainable. Well, but yes, there is in fact penguins. And giant penguins. And emperor penguins. There's like 5 different kinds of penguins. Maybe. I mean, it's a glacier. Ice sheet's a RimWorld term. It would be a glacier fort. Yeah, no, maybe. Who knows? I'm more just hoping we see Blizzard men again, so that I can make Bobby Kotick jokes all day. I guess at this point, Microsoft jokes. Oh, you mean like after you retire the Fort Rum Rusher? Is that what you mean? It's all good. Don't worry, Swifty. Just amuses me to no end. All right, chat. I'm doing this for your guys' sake. Let's just get all this shit put away.
Woo!
I really hate you. It's fucking so stupid. This is just to get all of these bodies put away. Until I stop seeing these store item in place jobs. And obviously, once all this stuff is done. Dwarf meth? Yeah, pretty much. It's a gift from Armok. I'm literally just doing this to speed up this process because, one, I've been on for 10 hours today, and two, it's pretty late for some of you. A lot of you have been watching for a really long time, and I would like to begin that next assault, and I can't really do that until these tombs are done, so... there's an ad running, but I'm just going to let it run while I work on this. Yakety sacks? Yeah, true. No, this is like the workout montage. You know, towards the end of the movie where it's like, oh, it's just going to play the goofy music and the people are going to move super fast to get all the stuff done. It was originally supposed to just be an artifact hold, but then I decided to make the base layer into a crypt. So that gives me 39 tombs. So many dwarves that still need to be put away. Holy shit. These are all the dwarves that still need memorials. Select the ones that have ghosts. I think it's just a 10 times plus movement speed. It's a dev tool. It's designed for testing stuff. That's about it. I'm just using it to speed up this cleanup process. This fort is starting to remind you of Moria. I think that is a sign of a successful fortress. Like a sign of a very successful fortress. There we go. Getting ghosts removed from here. Okay, I can get all of these dwarves training now. They don't actually have anywhere to train. Jump down to here. I'm gonna make an archery range. I'm going to assign middle squad to here. I'm not sure why these corpses aren't getting buried. All right, dwarves should move at normal speed again. Oh, I see they started again. Cool. Because sometimes you want to delve horizontally. Or vertically upwards, even. I've delved from the base of a mountain to the top of a mountain before. What's up, Hannah Honeybee? Alright, so yeah, no, we're back to normal. That was mostly just to get shit, like, more or less cleaned up so stuff can start happening again. There's the king, sleeping in the middle of the library. Oh my word. Oh my word. Let's also move up to this upper layer. Let's start placing these up here. I don't even know how many of these dwarves burned too. I'm basically just going to keep doing this until there's no more bodies on that base layer. Creed is withdrawing from society. We're getting an artifact. Oh, also, I can now... go to labor, standing orders, sieges, do not forbid used ammunition. Because I want all of this stuff claimed. Because there's all these steel bolts down here. These dwarves training. It's a lot of clowns' bodies. Yep. I mean, up here too. My king has killed so many of them, it's actually getting a little silly. Because, this guy, this is the king of the fort, has killed a brute, a mosquito devil, a brute, a mosquito devil, then a cyclops in the middle, a hummingbird brute, a wraith of salt, a hunt of flame, and waste sis the lustful filths, a wraith of salt. Granted, none of them are particularly strong, but those mosquito devils are pretty strong because they hunger for warm blood. But everything else is pretty weak. Are you still kicking? You were dead at the start of the stream today. I'm pretty sure I told you that. Maybe like it didn't get communicated, but no, your dwarf died in the last stream before this one, I think. So unfortunately, I got bad news for you. We got a dwarf making an artifact. He's got one piece of cave spider silk cloth. No, some clowns are just strong and some are just weak. There's no, like, planned tier list for them when the world gens, Neff. It's literally just the game makes you a bunch of demons. You might get a world that's populated with really weak demons. You might get a world that has demons like that one that we found in that one fort once that killed the entire fort, which was my first attempt for the Halloween fort, where literally it was just a gold ball. And it was one of the first things we ran into at the very beginning of the game, and it killed the whole fort. So it was a gold ball with webs, I want to say. Anyway, my memory may be deceiving me, but so yeah, no, it's completely random. I've explained this like 24 times today now. But you may end up in a world with extremely strong demons. You may end up in a world with extremely weak demons. We've had a bit of a mix of very weak demons and then a couple of pretty strong ones. But we've been really lucky and gotten a lot of really weak demon spawns. Yeah, and we've like all of these guys are made of salt and they have no ability. So all that they can do is push. So they're basically just like walls of salt that do nothing but nuzzle you. So, yeah, as long as, like, you get lucky with your demon spawns, fighting hell can be pretty easy. Which is why whenever I see people bragging about defeating hell, I'm always like, what were your demons made out of? Thumb's nose. You know what I mean? But at the same time, good job if you're able to do it, because it's not easy. In one game where you made Addy armor and was still scared of them? Yeah, like I said, it highly depends on the materials that they're made out of. So I'm just realizing that there's ducklings all over my fort. Oh, okay. I had that book growing up. Make Way for Ducklings. That's kind of funny. I guess we'll pasture them, I suppose. Also, the number of rhinos rise. Sounds like lunch settling itself into the chicken? Possibly. I want to spend some time with family. I'm lonely. That's too real, Zakos. Too real, dude. There's neck salt. Delicious. Nobody decides to play as them. I'm just saying. Nobody does that. Only you do that, Rum Rusher. Only you do that. You're literally the only person I've ever heard anybody refer to who does that. But yes. It's more interesting if you can get them to join your forts, which is something I've actually managed to do. Which requires adventurers and shenanigans. Okay, more specifically, I've made angels join my forts. I've never made demons join. But, you know, Rum Rusher is well known on the Dwarf Fortress forums for some pretty absurd science. I'm not entirely sure if you were also the person who managed to get boogeymen to join your fort, but there was also somebody who did that. Which, speaking of boogeymen, the thing that I'm actually the most excited about for adventure mode is for the entirety of the Dwarf Fortress population that's new to the game to suddenly, all at the same time, realize how terrifying some of the creatures that you never see in Fortress mode are. Like, holy shit. If you retire an adventurer very close to a vault, then once you have done that, you can then make a new adventurer as an angel. But you have to be in the vault and not dead. And the angels also need to not be dead. And then you can re-embark as an angel. And then if you can escape from the vault, I can't remember if they're neutral to you or not. And then make friends with your old adventurer. You can then reclaim your old adventurer and walk that angel back to your faction and ask for residency. Is how I did it. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do it, but that's how I did that. And then I had an angel in one of my forts, which was terrifying every time it walked by, and I'd forgotten that I had an angel in my fort. Are you saying meta progression specifically because you know I don't like that term, or are you just saying that word because that's the only word you know from this sort of thing? But no, there are ways to put kinks and weird quirks into your world by bringing characters to certain places and recruiting certain things in adventure mode to make characters that are not normally supposed to join your fort in fortress mode. Okay, I wasn't sure. But yeah, it is kind of a meta progression thing-ish. But the game isn't intended to do that. It's not an intentional mechanic. But no, meta progression is like something that I famously dislike in video games. Because to me, it's just wasting the player's time. It's one of the best examples of how to horribly waste a player's time. Dwarf is mad remembering wearing old clothing, but you have perfectly nice clothing now. Cave spider silk cap made by Creed. Does it include pictures of demons? And everybody dying? This is a tall cave spider silk cap, a chef's hat, if you will. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round phallic cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk and durian wood and rhinoceros bone. And encircled with bands of oval phallic cabochons, and it is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of phalite and menaces with spikes of limestone and phalite. Oh, that's a fact. Let's get them all to go re-equip their stuff. Did we ever make those X's? I guess not. Or maybe we did. Yeah, I did. And of course, my friggin' woodcutter's got him. Go figure. Any ideas why? Very old bug. But it's one of those bugs I kind of hope stays a feature. But yeah, it looks like chat already answered that for you. I wonder if you can get to that because it's on top of that tomb. I never know when it comes to tombs if they can actually get to them or not. Or if they can actually get to items on top of other things or not, because sometimes they can and sometimes they can't. All right, so let's just go down here. We're just going to slowly go through this. Block of glass. Commander Cal. Good timing game. It doesn't go up by 1. The game doesn't remember the level that liquids were at, so the game guesses. Sometimes it's correct, sometimes it's not correct. When it's correct, nothing happens. When it's not correct, your whole fortress floods, and there's no in between. This also happens for oceans, water, lake, rivers. I don't think, maybe not rivers, but like any kind of large body of liquid changes level. This includes lava and oceans. I've had forts that are ocean forts, and I reclaim them, and it's like 2 tsunamis happened. It's gotten pretty close a couple times, Ordith. Cavern Lakes, yeah. It's going up at least 3 levels, still rising. Sounds exciting. I don't know. I love volcano forts that do that. It's one of my favorite things. We'll do that. The Stupid Lake was just... For those of you who don't know, the Stupid Lake is a lake that was in a relatively long time ago, I guess over a year ago now, fortress that had a syndrome above it, and because it was a haunted biome, and the rain, the viscous ooze that rained onto that lake, would make dwarves permanently dizzy if it would touch them. So if any dwarf decided to try fishing or any other task that I wasn't immediately aware of where they had to run next to the lake, they got water on them. Or if they took a bath or anything, they got this stuff on them, and then they would get dizzy. And it ended with literally the entire fort being dizzy. Which, if you're not familiar, it gives them a huge accuracy debuff, a huge crafting quality debuff, and they move slowly, and it was permanent. I did not stay in that fortress for very long. That fortress made me really mad really quickly, and I was like, you know what? Shit ain't worth it. Fuck this noise. I'm gonna put wheelbarrows on this, because we should be using wheelbarrows to transport these bodies. No, they don't need to wear high boots. Why would they need to wear high boots? I usually give them low boots, so I don't need to tell them to remove their shoes. The thing is, you can either wear high boots or you can wear shoes. You can wear low boots and shoes, I think. But you can wear high boots or you can wear shoes. That's it. So if they're not equipping their shoes and you're making them equip high boots, that's your problem. So when you build the armor set, there's a little button at the bottom left that says armor replaces clothing. So if you swap that out when you build the armor set, then they can wear high boots. Oh, no, I don't think I did that with the stupid lake. I think you're hallucinating. You might not be, although it was a while ago. I hallucinate plenty of things. Like the screaming goose in my hallway. Don't you hear him, chat? Always there. Yeah, so there is it's in none of the default uniforms, but here I'll quickly whip up a uniform to show you what I mean. If you type in add uniform, this button right here, it says uniform worn over clothing or uniform replaces clothing. So when you're building the uniform, if you swap it to replaces clothing, they will take off all their clothes, and then they will put that on, put the armor on. But if you do that, you don't really want them swapping their armor out very frequently. So when you set their schedules, I usually just leave them on ready, which is no orders, and I usually change off duty to this as well. But if you click on the edit button, you can say equip always, equip orders only, so only when they're given orders, or equip always, right? And if you just set it to equip always on all of these, then they'll just keep their gear on. They'll put their shield and their spear or their crossbow or whatever on their back when they're doing something else. You can't make them like hunting dwarves or miners, because they need to have other items equipped and they're technically wearing a conflicting uniform. So you can't make them equip like task items like that. But aside from that, they still operate as normal. All right, fuck it, I give up. I'm doing fast dwarf again, just to get this shit done. So hum yakety sax again, chat room. If I hadn't decided to finish this fort today, I wouldn't be using this. But I decided to finish this fort today, so I'm going to go to the Strippin' School of Stupid and just stream until this fort's done. If none of you are familiar with the streamer Strippin', then that won't make sense to any of you, and that's fine. I don't even know what that is. Metalhead. So I guess it's one that I never thought I would hear either. A book. Ah. Not if you can't get to them. Ugly orc. If it says not a reachable location, it's not a reachable location. Or location inaccessible, or what exact wording it is. TLDR, no, you can't. Although, don't the sites have to be connected to your Civ for you to be able to cross them? Because I ran into an issue once where I tried to do that from a different faction and it didn't let me cross. Still alive, Pablo. Still alive. All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna dig here. This is gonna be tedious. Okay, I think I might actually be able to get to this now. So let's do fast dwarf 0. Now what I'm going to do... I'm going to begin digging. This is going to be less tedious as soon as I get it up on levels, so... I mean, yeah, there's plenty of ways you can do it, but literally if a location, it's as simple as if a location is inaccessible to where your dwarves currently are, there is no way to get to it. Regardless of, like, what brain gymnastics you do. Like, as Realm Rusher is saying, there are ways of attacking something on an island, but if you are currently in a fortress and the item says it's inaccessible, it is 100% inaccessible. So, but there are ways of doing it, obviously. Of course, you know, bridge building is the most common one. How many dwarves are still being put in tombs? it's almost comical. Okay, so now it's just stuff being put in stockpiles, of which I'm assuming it's mostly like random garbage that got thrown around. But there's still somehow tons of corpses in here. I'm just going to assume something. And now this might be dumb to assume. I'm going to assume that these are all not my dwarves' corpses, and I can throw them all into lava. Made it in time for the glorious finale. The amount of dwarves that have died today is a little bit staggering, Kriegath. I need a manager, apparently. Yeah, because Elfie died. Kick Roast, all right. Kick Roast, congratulations. You are now in charge of everything, Dwarf. Kick Roast. You can jump up to the tavern. You get this special reserved chair, because it's hardly an office. And the mayor, who's Darius now apparently, can get this spot over here. Now we have 2 offices again. And I'm going to queue up a... Actually... One adamantine strand. 12 wafers. Let's just do... I like this comment from the YouTube chat. Was watching too many DF videos tonight and couldn't get myself to resume my fortress. So I decided to come and watch DF instead. And you know, honestly, I respect it. They need a good crop and a lot of baby making. This fortress is not recovering. You forgot that I'm under siege. Yeah. The funny thing is, I can maybe fight that siege. I just don't care. It's mostly that. This can get sealed off. Get rid of this. Because I need to be careful about when I start digging back down. Also, to be totally fair, I'd kind of forgotten that I was still under siege. So there is that. Okay, at least we're getting close to the end of the list of dwarves that need slabs. It's Telin Artho, Uristov, Bim, Eagle, Susan, Cavern Dwellers, fighting with the giant cave crocodile. Oh, I'm out of slabs. Okay. Slab 50 and I don't know, make them all out shirt. I mean, it's a very effective siege. All of my doors are locked. Could my king take on all of them? I mean, I could probably take them. Like, honestly, I probably could. I just have a lot of recruits in my military right now and kind of want to actually give them the time to not be recruits anymore. I know that might be a crazy thing to say out loud, but if my squads had the opportunity to, you know, actually have a chance to live, I feel like that would probably be pretty good for the fortress as a whole, no? Sup, Rubber Duck? It finally came back. When did your last fortress fall? Let's just make pig iron bars. 300. Like 10 months ago? Oh, that's not that long ago. I know people who've taken like 6 years break from this game. So much phthalate. All right, that's the side that beastie got in. So I've sealed this side off, so I can just put a floor over top of this to save my own confusion. Let's not use obsidian, though, so I actually recognize it as a sprite. So that goes up through here, goes up to here, moves up to here, goes up to here, flies over to here, goes up. Is there anywhere I can pop through? This may or may not be the demon door. Actually, I can go this way. Okay. Here's short and to the point. Like I've said a billion times, it feels like I don't even remember making half of them. Like, truthfully, I don't really remember making most of them. The one thing that I really, really wish that I could replicate from December is just the amount of energy that I had to make videos. Because I haven't had that amount of energy for anything since. It's like I think I used a whole year's worth of creativity and work ethic in like a month. I don't even know if I would call it that. I think I was just under, like, could it have been a manic fugue state? Certainly. Was it more likely just me being like absurdly overly exhausted? Most definitely. Okay, so since we're actually free of the basement requirement for the most part at this exact minute, I'm actually going to move these squads back up here. Shoutouts to that one dwarf who's tantruming in the middle of that. Okay, so they go all the way up to here. What I actually want is I want to deconstruct a bunch of these layers. Okay, so what I need to do is this is going to get deconstructed. This is going to get deconstructed. That is going to get deconstructed. This is going to get deconstructed. No, that's going to stay. This is going to get deconstructed. This is going to get sealed off. There's an ad playing. I want to be 100% positive where the creatures are going to come from and go to. And how they're going to get there. Is Orange still tantruming? Orange has been in prison for the last like 60 years, and I haven't let him out. Or it feels like it. I've just left Orange in prison for an extended period. I kind of stopped caring pretty quickly about Orange. It's not a judge on their character. I just stopped caring. Some random forgotten beast that I don't give a shit about. Hopefully it's not in an area that it can get to us. Actually, wouldn't it be funny if it was in... Ah. It's real fun when they're in hell. God, this area is such a mess. I mean, Orange is a zombie, so, like, what am I really gonna do about him? You know, actually, let's just get rid of that pig iron bar's job. It's just using up too much of my efforts. 274. How much steel bar do I have? Steel bar. 109. Question is how many of them are actually used. Oh, most of them are used. That's fine. This fortress was born on 351. Was the year, dead at least. So in the end, how old is it? I don't know. It's not over yet. Age of the fortresses is something that, like, I literally never think about. I know that, like, some people are just like, oh, how old's that fort? Oh my god, it's so old. But I think, like, keeping one fort alive for 480 years kind of made me not care about how long a fortress stays alive. Like, that's not the interesting bit to me. The interesting bit to me is how interesting was the fort during that time. Yeah, Orange lives in here and the door is locked. Elfie. So... yeah. He stays there. You just see so much lava. We're on a volcano fort. So obviously there's going to be lava everywhere. It's a volcano fort. It's also a volcano fort literally called Firebolt. really need more dwarves that are better at, like, you know, digging. Radu, you're gonna do nothing else. No, wait, I think I know the issue. Because I did kind of casually tell him to mine it a whole bunch of flux, didn't I? Yeah, this can all go away. This is pointless waste of time. Their insurance, the whole fort could die, and that one, you know, tied up zombie is gonna keep the fort alive. Having never played Link to the Past, I don't really know what you're talking about, Taylor. So reference go overhead. Did you ever leave though? Like, haven't you always been there? Careful, or I'll charge you more and we'll call it a toonie bin.
You suck.
What? I don't know, it was right there. Tell me you've never thought of that one. You know, I like to think that people who boo dad jokes are just mad that they didn't think of it. At least that's always been my working theory. You heard boob joke? What? How did you go from loony to twoony to boob? I'm perplexed. Like, I understand you say that you get it now. How did you get there in the first place? People who boo joke? What? People say that? Yeah, no, you're well within your right to boo me, and I'm well within my right to bitch, moan, and complain about it. I mean, we already killed the cuckoo. Its name was Maga, and it was made of steam. It died very quickly. I didn't even get to kill it. The sparrow people did. I wish I was joking, but this is all true facts of things that happened in this fortress. A great dragon a while back that works for DF. Your dwarf cut the tree and it fell on his head, but he wasn't hurt. His bark was worse than its bite. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I were Prime Minister, then I would make it illegal for Canadians to bitch and moan and whine, but that would leave Canadians with too much free time. If I were Prime Minister, I'd make it illegal to bitch and moan and whine. But that would leave Canadians with too much free time. you tell that I've been streaming for 11 hours yet, chat? I'm starting to sing Arrogant Worms. If you haven't heard that classic, go look look up the song "If I Were Prime Minister" by the now mostly retired national treasure of Canada, the Arrogant Worms. No, this is not a Canadian singing song stream yet. I need to be awake for another 4 hours. I don't even know what that is, Metalhead. I've seen them live 6 times. True story. Mostly at Scouts Canada events, of all things. The band that's most well known for 2 songs they didn't write. Thanks, LimeWire and false identifying the names of songs. It's just a stand-up comedy act with some below-average guitar playing. It's not a life-changing opportunity. A reference to Nardwar? I mean, doot 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 doot. I saw a... God, I hate saying this out loud now. It makes me feel like a child. I saw a TikTok. My age is showing? Dude, I'm 29. You can't legally start calling me old until I'm at least 35. Anyway, also LimeWire's like early 2000s. What? That's not... Excuse me? How the fuck young are you? Were you born in 2013 or some shit? Should I ban you from my chat if you're accusing me of being old for knowing what a LimeWire is? Anyway, it's not even like I said Napster. Jeez. Eesh. Who remembers Napster before it was illegal? Well, the real reason I remember LimeWire is because they hadn't made FrostWire yet, okay? I had a whole thing I was gonna say, and then, like, you called me old, and I'm just like, well, fuck you. I'm gonna just not talk about this entire subject, then. Of course you're older than me. Most of the chat is older than me. This is a known fact. But for some reason, people never believe me. But I'm quite young. It's probably the amount of gray hair. You know, FrostWire was a rebuild of LimeWire with a different name. Generally, women on Tinder just say I look old, so I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't know if I'd trust random people in Twitch chat. But then again, I also don't really trust people on the internet, so just in general. Well, the average age of the people who watch my streams, Stone, are 25 to 35. No, I just don't trust people. Internet or otherwise. Uh-oh. Chunk. Ah, that would be why. Because Flamey Blobby is floating through things. It's just a forgotten beast, though, not a demon. Well, have fun burning those crundles. No, I think the reason people think I'm older than I am is because of the games that I've played. This is just me trying to convince myself that I don't actually seem as old as I feel like I do. But it's because of the games I play. I grew up on a lot of games that a lot of people would associate with much what's the word here? People would associate with much older audience. I would say. 'Cause, you know, my gaming tastes are multiple years behind. Believe it or not, 14 to 19 is the lowest, is the second lowest demographic next to 65 plus on my Twitch channel, which I think is kind of great. I'm super okay with having almost no kids watching my stream. What's the median age? 25 to 35. 45 to 55 is right above that. Or right below that, and then one below that is 55 to 65, and then it's 14 to 25, and then it's 65 plus. Let's bring these humans in, shall we? I don't know which one's right anymore. Let's use the kids one. Let's get some trial by combat, shall we? We'll see you later, ugly orc. Have a good time walking the dog. At some point, I'll just share the median stats, because I do think that they're actually pretty interesting. So we're going to fight off this siege. Once the siege has been fought. Oh, no. I'm going to see if I can just forbid everything outside. But I'm not entirely sure I'll be able to. Not in time, anyway. Well, if random dwarf die, random dwarf die. Is what it is. Which squad are you in? Okay, well, they are still wandering up. It's going all right, Kingdom of Nerds. Trying to play this fortress out to the end. Getting real close. But I've said today is going to be the finale, and god damn it, it's going to be the finale. I don't know if that... Oh, the dwarf did make it back in. Dewsum the Spearmaster did in fact make it back in. This dwarf is like, got the zoomies. Question is, where's my crossbow dwarfs? Oh, wow, they're far away. Oh, boy. Nope. Up. Dewsum turned around and completely murked that dwarf behind him who had the zoomies. He just turns around and just stabs the hammer dwarf in the head with a steel spear. He's like, you know what, fucking you die. You just die. That's what happens now, you die. Well, good on you there. Forgotten beasts composed of mud with deadly spittle show up where it... That's... Where does this... Okay, so I need to put a wall in that. I realize I'm flying around way too much. I'm sorry. So I need to put a wall right here. This is going to get dug back to here. I put a door in there, and then we're going to deconstruct this. And put a door there. Also fill all this in. Oh, hey, one of them made it up. Sleepy Moon Moth. Well, now is a very good opportunity, Sleepy, for you to learn how to crossbow. Just don't cross your bows before they're folded. I don't know what that means, so don't worry about it. Ice Smoke was found dead, which is an absolute travesty because there's a forgotten beast in my basement that I thought I didn't need to worry about. The huge quadruped composed of mud with deadly spittle. How the heck did you get up in here? Well, it just killed my... It's murdering my, my crossbow squad. All right, well, that's cool. I'm going to send this squad down here to go fight this thing. It just killed something else, Aitan, and is about to kill Devil Dawn, who is currently punching it. Quite a lot, actually. Keep punching? Ice Smoke is really dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. The glassmaker scratches the forgotten beast in the rear leg, fracturing it. Also, it appears that Dewsum the Spearmaster is into the fight, as well as Zulbon the furnace operator, and the creature keels over in death, which is great. However, god damn it, my dudes can't catch a break, can we? I was like, when was the last time I needed to worry about a forgotten beast? That's fine. Turns out, it's absolutely not fine. Absolutely not fine whatsoever. So... I guess, Steve, you're gonna go be our new Mark's cop. Good luck, Dwarf. May the best dwarf shoot straight and true. I'm going to assign Dewsum named his spear. I would too after that. All my squaddies to, you know what, guys? Just stand here in the shower. Our recruits are moving very slowly. Let's hit it with the power washer. Yes. Where's the king? Being a king, probably. Well, actually, literally just being my best soldier in the fort. The Space Disco Fox rough patterned the soaked nets of something. Do you not have any... No, you're running out pretty quick. Not firing very effectively. They killed rhinos on the way in? Okay, you're actually getting hit by stuff. That's good. Steel Bolt hits the goblin, and he says, "Begone, fear." There you go. Someone's hitting stuff. Look at that. Look at that. An opportunity to train. See, they're now adequate. By the way, training on live targets trains them 7 times as fast as training on not alive targets. So if you get the opportunity with Marks Dwarves, you should always train on live targets. UGDPY down here, who is stressed and is terrified, is actually learning pretty quick. And Bim has risen and is haunting the fortress. Well, that's lovely. Let's see if I can get some of those memorialized while we're doing these other things. Okay, Baby Fem, yeah, you just died. Slay Smoke, you just died. Ghost, yeah. Yeah. That space has been founded? What? Oh. Well, you big idiot. You ran ahead of everybody else. That's clearly a you problem. Shouldn't have gone running in like that. If you hadn't gone all Leroy Jenkins, you would still be alive right now, okay? More goblins coming in. More dwarves coming in. Remember, we are fighting with a dwarven faction right now. So we are fighting with our dwarven brothers because we betrayed them by killing the tower that they took over, for we were the only ones who were allowed to do that. Now we wait. They are crawling down on that side. And hopefully by the time they get up here, all of the ones that surface are injured. You're not. You're not. Well, that's off to a good start. It begins. Cloudy GM and Rupert and Athil and King the Space Fox himself run through. The King, and of course, is wielding his adamant. I certainly hope he's wielding his adamantine battle axe. I did tell him to. He is, in fact, wielding his adamantine battle axe. There we go. Then the first of the injured ones comes around the corner for the slaughter. We only have one king, I'll have you know. He's also a legendary warrior. Okay, I thought I just lost a dwarf. I was like, what? Okay, well, that one's falling over. This one, not wounded. This one is, but you are not wielding your weapons anymore, so you can't be in that good of a set of shape. The funny thing is, we were joking about this earlier, but my king could probably have killed this entire enemy siege by himself. All right, there goes that. Let's move them up to here. Check up a layer, check up a layer. All right, yeah. No, the Marks Dwarves are getting some good training in. That's good. They are getting some real good training in. A lot of these guys are getting shot at, even though not many of them are dying. Very few of them are dying. But, hey. Still a good opportunity to show these goblins who's in charge here. It's definitely not them. Okay, let's move them back up here. Get them to back up. Except for Deucem and the king, apparently. Uh-oh. Never mind. We do have to turn them around because we have to defend UGDPY. And UGDPY seems pretty insistent on going after his bolts. So, I'm going to quick save. If the king jumps into the lava, I'm jumping back to this quick save. I'm just saying. If the king vaults into the lava, I'm reverting the save. I am terror, you shall fear me. Blind goes, I mean, if you insist. God, Krug Smash has been working on a Path of Acra video all week, and it's the most excited I've been for a Krug Smash video in months. I'm gonna watch it day one for once, even though I almost never watches stuff day one. All right, let's go. We'll follow the king. Once I find him. All right, there we go. King's moving back and then turns around to follow his dwarves into battle. Probably a pretty highly respected king at this point, I would think. Okay, stuff's dying. Das base has been found dead. A spearmaster's been found dead. God damn it. And the game saves a second time. Why did I lose a spearmaster? So my plan is after this fight is over, I'm gonna regroup my military, get everybody situated in the basement again, and then we're digging into the basement again. Except I'm gonna try and set it up using a bridge so that if I pull a lever, I can redirect the flow of hell to the surface and lock the fort. That's the hope. That is my plan. So, wish me luck. Then we'll listen to the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack and call it a night. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins, the front of the siege, and they all begin turning around. Dwarves are running towards the enemy, and then they stop and wait. As they bloody well should. And after that, we take the remainders. They run up here. These ones go back to training. Howdy, GM. Yeah, I don't know how that dwarf died, but... or if that was even one of my dwarves. Yeah, I think it's clear as to why they're at war with us and also why we're winning. Or rather, have won. Alright, so we are just going to throw everything here into the lava. And before somebody's just like, but blind, there's your own dwarves' bodies in there. Yeah, I know. And also before somebody says, but blind, you could get all this stuff. You know, maybe you're right. Probably shouldn't do this. Let's just unforbid it all. All right, let's do that. Turn this off. Open the blast doors. Open this door. And let's mine through this. And send you guys back to whatever the heck you were doing. Training, I assume. What's up, Psychon? Is your dwarf still alive? Hold on, let me check. Your dwarf is unfortunately not alive anymore. It's been a long one. I've been doing a lot of really long streams lately, so chat, I hope you've been enjoying this because goddamn, this has been hard on my system. It's one of those, you better be enjoying it situations. Just realized how open of a way into my fortress this always has been. That's kind of nuts. Also, I should probably extend this bridge out. And Radu is continuing to dig through down here. You died in combat against demons. Along with the majority of the dwarves who have died. Speaking of mugs, because somebody in the YouTube chat mentioned mugs, if you actually love the mug economy and want to support the active success of the mug economy, well, have I told you about my mug economy? I'll have you know one of the largest portions of non-Twitch income for this stream over the year has been the mug economy. Specifically, generous purchases of people buying the mugs from my merch store. So we have a mug about lore, which almost nobody has bought. We've got a minecart certification mug, a mug which has a gremlin inside of your computer eating your computer mug, a vile force of mug, a bunch of dwarves eating dinner mug, and a dwarf mining through a wall mug. If one of those mugs sounds great to you and you want to support the mug economy, check out the merch store in the link of the video that you're watching if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're watching on Twitch, type in ! merch. I'll have you know, Bonesaw, I woke up in the middle of the night last night swearing I could hear a goose. So, I hope not. Helped you relax after work? I'll have you know this is my work. Well, I'm glad. Happy to help. Get out of my hallways. That's weird. Also, I ain't your buddy, pal. Alright, let's go over here. Majestic and barrel chested. I've never once heard of a goose described as barrel chested.
Keep up with your streams, but still supporting you.
Oh, it's all good. Look, Minoscope, thanks for the 1 year. Here's, dude. People, like, shouldn't put as much time aside as it does to keep up with all of my streams. Like, that's an absurd amount of time. Like, let's be real here. An absurd amount of time. Thank you for taking the time to the finances out of your wallet to support the stream, and then swing by when you get the opportunity. Well, you can tell them that you were in a swim club before, you know. You work in cybersecurity? I mean, it doesn't not explain it. Lots of jobs are busy. And lots of jobs you can't watch Twitch while working, so. Not a lie, technically. You competed against a camel once. It was terrifying. You've heard cybersecurity. Lots of areas of tech and internet-related things are pretty busy right now, but yeah. Certainly, not an exception. Why did they just leave the Forgotten Beast's corpse, like, in the middle of nowhere? I love how it's covered in Baby Fem's blood. Who was a baby in this fortress and grew up and became one of my better Marks dwarves and then died to this Forgotten Beast. Climbing back up from the basement. It's like, Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, well, I mean, as long as you like what you do, right? One of the funniest admittances of a job ever was when somebody in my chat admitted that they were one of the founders of, air quotes, the most disliked company in video games. And because of the year it was, I took a wild guess, and I was like, you work for De Novo Anti-Tamper? It was like, yep. So at least you work in an industry where people can smile and respect instead of just like immediately be like, nope. Somehow, Arcmaster, somehow. I don't know if he still works there. Or wait, are you saying most hated company in the game? This was in like 2016? So at the time, Denuvo was very much still the, I would say probably Unity now. At least it wasn't Bobby Kotick. You know, honestly, if Bobby Kotick admitted to watching my streams, I'd probably just ban him. And similarly to the fact that I've banned Elon Musk and, what's his name? Notch. Neither of those two can watch my streams. Or at least the rumored what Elon Musk's account on Twitch was. I'm sure he's made more. No, you can't admit it. You know, honestly, Salty Tempest would be a really good online handle for Bobby K. You need to go to bed. We'll see you when we see you, Onyx. Take care of yourself. Subs only with Twitch Primes while being a multimillionaire. Or he's one of those people who subs and then immediately cancels it and then charges it back. So the streamer doesn't even get any of the money. Which was a loophole on Twitch for a little bit. I'm pretty sure that mostly got sorted, but it was still an annoyance when it was happening. You know what? This is not actually going to be cool. You just named 3 completely different studios, Arcmaster. I beg your pardon? Dishonored is a studio that's owned and published by Bethesda. Far Cry is, or was originally a Crytek game that was then purchased by Ubisoft. And Deus Ex is a studio that doesn't exist anymore and then later purchased, like the IP was purchased by Square Enix and Eidos. So who do you think made all 3 of those things? What? You mean Denuvo Anti-Tamper? Is that what you're asking? Because Denuvo Anti-Tamper is anti-cheat, or not anti-cheat, it's anti-piracy software that is licensed and then baked into games. If that's what you're asking, or trying to confirm. They didn't make any of those games. Those aren't games that they made. They made DRM for those games. Or rather, their studios licensed that DRM for those games. Orange slipped into depression. At least some world is becoming reality. Yeah, it was Ion Storm. And then the sequel was a different studio. Well, should have been a different studio. But yeah, no one studio made those 3 games, Arcmaster, so. But yeah, no, Denuvo Anti-Tamper is a piece of anti-piracy software that is so unpopular amongst people who play video games to this day that games will just get straight up review bombed if they use it. It is a very disliked piece of software. And for a while there, in like the 2016-2017 era, it would essentially cause your hard disk to just constantly be rewriting the contents of the game onto the disk, just on repeat, which would burn out hard disks, and is also really bad for SSDs because they only have so many write-rewrites. So it dragged the performance of games down. Exactly, yeah. It dragged the performance of games down horrifically, and also was just not actually that good DRM because the games would still get cracked in 2 weeks. So it's like, okay, so you ruin your day one reviews, you piss everybody off, you make the quality of my hard disk better. It's like the classic thing of like combating piracy by making the experience worse for literally everybody, and not actually that much more difficult to pirate was the problem with the software. But it still got licensed a lot and used a lot, so, and still does. It's better these days, but it's still pretty invasive. All right, let's go down to down to the prisons. Prison level. The detention level. Soon we'll have to shut down all the garbage mashers on the detention level. Pictured it's a legitimate zero interesting game. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I won't play games if they have. I generally don't play games if they include a de novo until they remove de novo. Let's jump down here. Nope. Down here. Yep. Well, they are getting loaded slowly. Might be time to nod off into your bed. You have a good night. We'll see when we see you, dude. Because I've been in a crazy mood and deciding to stay up late a lot recently. You've been seeing me more. Yeah, simply put, I don't miss having to deal with de novo. Now everybody just uses kernel level anti-cheat. Yeah, I think that's the thing that's like cured multiplayer games for me for forever, is just kernel level anti-cheat. It's just like, well, if you want that level of access to my computer, I just won't play your video game. that's where I'm at with anti-cheat. It's like, well, I mean, if you require full access to be certain that I'm not cheating, I just won't play your game. But I'm also very much in the minority because those games are still super popular. So my protest is pointless, and I acknowledge this, and that is fine. You know what's funny? Even if I seal off the entire fortress, close both the doors, if the demons get outside, I still die. Because they can go down through the lava in the volcano and pop out of here. Oh, what? I'm okay with that. We'll call it a oversight on behalf of the dwarves. I mean, that's what I say about a lot of medical stuff, which makes my parents really mad. Because it's just like, man, you know, if they want to just like harvest every single bit of information from my body with this implant, then I will just literally ask them to pay me. Oh, really? I have to pay prescription fees on that? Yeah, no, I ain't using that. To hell with that. Because to a degree, I am giving up my own health in exchange for kind of a meaningless protest, but whatever. Why you would never for any reason use self-checkout? Why, because they point a camera at your face the entire time? I'm actually kind of curious. Why wouldn't you use self-checkout? I used to always use self-checkouts because it was way easier to shoplift. Now I don't. Now I only use self-checkouts because there's no actual checkouts left in most of the places, except for the one place I shop most frequently. They still have. Self-checkouts. No, I don't like using self-checkouts because, like, they're the reason a lot of people I knew lost their jobs. Wait, really? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. It's perfectly reasonable to me. Okay, well, most of these dwarves are dabbling. Not great. They're all gonna die so fast. No, that makes sense. Well, I mean, it's my statement about why so many people lost their jobs was I worked at McDonald's, right? I worked night shift at McDonald's for years. So when McDonald's swapped from normal, you know, cashiers only to automated checkout tills, the store that I worked at went from 160 employees to 80 in 3 years. And when I quit that location, they had 60. So most of that is thanks to automated checkouts. Because why do they need those people? They have automated checkouts. And it's just like, and then people are just like, oh, go get a job, you know, like some low-level, entry-level job that requires no skills, right? Well, naturally, you'd go work at fast food. Yet they hire like a third of the people because so many people are just like, you know, no longer needed. So theoretically, there shouldn't be a way up here. Yeah, no, the grocery store that I shop at primarily doesn't even have an automated checkout because it's tiny. It's also kind of too expensive. You could get a burger at the cost of 20 cents or something? Okay, so I'm going to admit a crime. Years ago, when I was broke and homeless and had a job, but was desperately just trying to save enough money so that I could rent another apartment again, I would walk into Walmart, grab like two bags of things, and then one produce item, right? It was usually an apple or something. So I'd have 20 items in my bags. And then an apple. I would scan the apple 21 times. pay for the apple 21 times, print out the receipt, and walk out the door. Because it was way cheaper than, paying for pasta sauce, canned food, stuff like that. And they'd never look at it. And this was before they had cameras and scales on literally everything. I did that for like 2 months to like pay for groceries. And then they put cameras in. Wonder why. In the Western world, certainly. Oh, they do now. God. They didn't at the time. At the time, it was because they'd only just put them in here. At the time, it was just strictly item count. That was it. But, just only ring things up that ask you to weigh them. Pretty much, yeah, that too. There's a job down the street that pays the exact same per hour as it did 20 years ago. That's messed up. If you see someone stealing food, no, you didn't. I feel like if because at the time I worked at McDonald's, and it was exactly the same way. It's like if you see someone stealing drinks, who cares? Like as long as they're not vaulting the counter and threatening somebody, like whatever. So, I'll have you know I paid for the 25 apples I bought fair and square. People are desperate? Is that where you're going with that? The thing that truly drives me nuts, though, about self-checkouts now, is I go to Dollarama relatively frequently, just the dollar store, right? Usually just to buy, like, detergent and, like, toothpaste and things, because it's cheaper than literally everywhere else. And when I go in there, I like to bring my own bag. But it doesn't ask you if you want bags until the end. It asks you if you want to use their bags. If you say yes, then it charges you. And it weighs and it accounts on the weight scale on the thingy for the bag. If you don't use a bag, you say you don't want to use one of their bags, and you put them on the other weight scale to finish checking out. Once you've paid, when you say, no, I don't want a bag, and then it feels you lifting the items up one by one, it locks the whole till and sets an alarm off because it assumes you're stealing stuff. So the only way that I can use the self-checkouts there is I have to walk up to the counter, tell them that I'm going to use my own bag, and then ask them to unlock the self-checkout till so that I can use my own bag. It is the most odd system I've ever used for anything ever. Well, the thing is, there's one person working at one till, a line halfway up and through the place, because that place is always super busy, and the self-checkout, and there's 7 self-checkout tills. So, unless you want to wait in line for 30 minutes, it's way easier to just ask the attendant to just be like, hey, fix this, please. The alarm would go off every time. It goes off almost every time, but unlike you, I'm not an obnoxious person who doesn't respect customer service workers. So I try and make their job as easy for them as possible because they don't want to be there as much as I don't want to be there. So why would I intentionally make some poor customer service worker's life worse by being obnoxious when I can just check out? Like, yeah, I completely understand, like, your reasoning and your personal reasoning for not wanting to do that. But unlike you, I'm not... I have a lot of respect for people who work in customer service, having done it for a really long time. And if the thing that I'm doing, even if it makes life easier for me, if it makes life worse for them, I'm not going to do it. If there was a choice, you'd stand in line. Okay. Well, you could stand in line. because they always have one till open, but I ain't waiting 30 minutes, but that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is I'm going to be an obnoxious man-child. That is what you're saying. Sorry for saying it how it is. I understand your reasoning, but if you're saying that the alarm would go off every time because you can't walk up to a person and ask them to do a thing for you, that's just nutty, mate. Like, literally, that's nutty. Because all that you're doing is making life for people who work in customer service shit. And that is not something anybody should do ever. Because we need customer service people. It's one of the most thankless jobs you can possibly do. Anyway, sorry for being mean, but... The alarm goes off every time if you don't walk up to a person at the counter and ask them to push a button for you. I'm gonna stop talking about this subject now. Fucking... the hell, man. If it's that hard for you to understand, I'm not going to explain it to you again, man. All right, I'm not gonna get all this stuff cleaned up. Let's get them down into the basement. Let's do this. Making people's lives worse, especially if it's for your own bizarre reasoning, is nuts to me. Sorry for being full aggro. Frog, I like you. Okay, so this is where we need to be. I'm going to... How am I going to do this? I'm going to connect... Actually, I could just use a... It is very simply, actually. I'm going to connect a trapdoor right here. That's what I'm going to do. Cancel that. Cancel that. Hatch cover. Right here. Dig through this. I'm actually just going to put it up here instead. And get it being brought down. Go around the corner. Still streaming? Nope. Not still streaming. You're imagining things. Dig through that, dig through this. Get these lower squads training down here again instead of up top. Bullshit. It's literally all I have to say. 50. That's my thoughts on that. And you want to know why? You know how often those things used to get maintenance at my old job? Once or twice a year. You know how many people used to work full-time before those existed? Dozens. Bullshit. Maybe one company. Certainly. Maybe one or two companies in Silicon Valley have all kinds of tons of work. Does it actually help people? No. Absolutely not. Does it create specialized labor? If that's the argument that you're making, then you've never worked in unspecialized labor. Like, sure, maybe it benefits the 1%. Probably benefiting some tech CEO somewhere. Does it benefit humans who have jobs? No. Not at all. Not even remotely. Whenever I hear people make that argument, it just makes my eyes roll so far into the back of my head they start to hurt. This area is a construction mess because it was made in a panic and a half. So this upper area up here is now largely irrelevant. This area right here is now sealed. This lower area down here just needs this door. Anyway, this is clearly an unpleasant subject, you know. I feel kind of bad. I like Frog for Hire a lot, and I don't want to go making his day worse, so. Well, there's two opinions, right? There's the opinion that makes more jobs for people, and then there's the opinion that removes jobs from people. Want to make jobs, or do you want to remove jobs? Pretty cut and dry. What's up, Alligator? You know, Alligator, your name throws me the hell off, because I know another person named Alligator with a very similar hair color to your profile picture on Discord. Throws me the hell off. Like, I did like a quadruple take. The first time you started talking in my Discord. I was like, what in the hell? Who are there because they have many other opportunities but are forced to do this work. And the people who I work with usually feel like they have very few other options. If you take their jobs away, they're not going to become specialized. Exactly. They're going to end up on the street. Like I did. I did. I was fucking homeless for a while. Anyway, usually the people who I see making that argument, E2 games, that having custom checkout or automatic checkout systems just create specialized labor jobs. Usually that argument is being made by people who work in specialized labor jobs and not by people who work in the jobs that are going away because, you know, their jobs no longer exist. But, you know, pleasant subjects, right? Whole family. I'm proud of you. A whole 3 years. I'm glad that you survived. This is just going to turn into a spitting contest really quickly. But no. Self-checkouts should probably either... one of two things needs to happen. We either need minimum basic income, and then we can have all the self-checkouts that people want. Or no self-checkouts. It's that simple. It's really, really, really that simple. You know, there's a Walmart I go into pretty frequently, or used to go into pretty frequently, and a pandemic happened. Then I stopped going in there. And they used to have 20 tills open in the evenings. Now they have 2, maybe 4, and then a line around the entirety of the inside of the store of people queuing up for the self-checkout. And then 3 people working in the self-checkout. Everybody hates it. It's chaos, and there's half the people working. The fuck's the point? And the price of stuff should drop. Yeah. Anyway, there's no way this conversation gets any better. But it came back up, so I'm trying to siege hell, and you guys are making my chat hell. It's not how it works. It's not how it works if in a world under capitalism. Maybe how it would work in a world where, you know, it wasn't all about profit. Yeah, I hear you, Chris. Black. Or charcoal. Favorite color. Murdering? We're not murdering. Murdering all the clowns is no fun. No, I'm being all scrappy and barely surviving and losing 160 dwarves. So I'm not murdering the clowns. That's boring. Why do I want to do that? Never seen this far along? Hell yeah. I mean, I got plans for my next fort already, so. I much prefer to, like, barely survive against the clowns than win, if that makes any sense. Then we will go over here and put a raising bridge in. Can I ask what that translates to without searching for it? Or will you make me search for it? Makaris. I'm not reading any more of it, Sentient. You can respond all you like. Clearly, Metalhead. Also, Fem, I hate to break it to you. After becoming a pretty accomplished Marks Dwarf, you got randomly mauled by a surprise forgotten beast that got into my fort that I wasn't expecting to be able to get into my fort. Who knew that it could jump? Anyway, so I'm sorry. Color darkness translated, but it's hard to give it meaning in English. Huh. German's a fun language. Almost at 12 hours? I think the clock's wrong, because I turned the stream on at 9:03, and it says that I've been streaming for 11 hours and 53 minutes. Something's not adding up there. I don't know. I'm wondering, I wonder if maybe like the tick timer in my computer's slow. Yeah, it should be 11:58 right now, but whatever. Don't worry about it. Maybe I'm wrong at the time I turned it on. Okay, so that's set up, that's set up. Let's see. I don't even remember why I dug half of these tunnels. If I'm being honest. This is the way that we are going up. Okay, it cuts over to here. All right. We're good to go. Now we fight. And there's a ghost right there. Dewsum, the ghostly cook. gonna jump up to here, and we're gonna fly down here. I'm gonna jump down to here. I'm gonna place a bunch more of these. I got a bunch of these that need to be placed. Demons this way? Scary things down. There was one time I reclaimed a fortress, which was, you know, your very basic, boring, boxy pre-gen forts. Except in Legends, that fort had dug too deep, which is why I reclaimed it. And at the basement, right in the center of the adamantine spire, was a sealed-off floor made out of iron. And on top of the floor was an image of demons. Or various demon types from that world. Which to this day is still maybe one of the coolest things I ever found in this video game. Furthest you've ever gotten is until your fort looks ugly and you restart, which is like a year or two. Really? I think you need to start seeing the beauty. In mistakes. Our imperfections are what make us beautiful. Hey, deep space. Stuff is contained currently, yes. This is the containment. And all of this white and brown stuff, or not brown, all this white and gray stuff is blood from the demons. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna put the melee squads up here. Maybe even faster to just go this way. Really, I got a lot of random construct building jobs. Oh man, I just got a really dumb idea.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Yeah, no, that would be real dangerous. Kind of tempted to just drop a pillar down through here to speed this process up, but here they come. You know, I know that you're saying chaos is beauty, but I can't hear that in my mind in any other voice other than the really bad voice acting from that recent Final Fantasy game where the guy goes constantly, "I have to kill chaos!" I don't even remember the name of that game. I think that came out this year, right? But that's all I have in my head right now is, chaos must die! I'm going to kill chaos! We must kill chaos! I have to kill chaos! Whenever people say chaos, that's the only sound I hear it in now. Yeah, but you're building a dwarven fort, not a friggin' art piece. I like the silly chaoticness of dwarven forts. So, good news, I'm finally able to dig out our good friend, Telenartho. Now the dwarves can enter hell. So what do you think, chat? Are we gonna make it? Or are we all gonna die? It begins. Yes, thank you for the confidence. I mean, what's currently... Okay, so there's that. The Mosquito Devil. Okay, well, great timing for an ad break. Just one that I can see, Salva. Which means likely... I mean, we've already cleared the main wall of it. Because we got hit by what? It was like maybe 80 or something? Flying ones? It was, the Mosquito Devils are the scariest. Well, no, the deadly dust ones are probably the scariest. Honestly, none of the demons are particularly scary in this world, so it's literally just this guy back here. Which here I'll leave the game paused, but it's just a large eyeless mosquito. It has 2 broad horns and it undulates rhythmically. Its Carillion exoskeleton is warty. It's beware its hunger for warm blood. She is weak. So those are scary, but those are the only real scary creature. I'm also gonna tell the squads to come down here. I have to wait for another 45 seconds. Thomas the Turtle over on the YouTube side of things. This is not an unusual amount of time for me to stream. It's maybe like an hour later than I normally go, but... Oh, dude, I haven't had a migrant wave in like 5 years in game. We hit about 260 population, and then I started invading literally everybody to kill all of the necromancer towers, and there's only one faction in the world that isn't at war with me that isn't my own. So my faction is friends with me, and then one elven faction is friends with me. Everybody else is at war with me. Around that time, we stopped getting migrant waves because everybody is invading my mountain homes. So yeah, no, I'm not even remotely expecting migrant waves. I mean, tonight's the last day I'm playing this fort, right? Well, there's Telenartho. So Telenartho, right after we dug and exposed the hole into hell, got whooshed out and down into hell by water that came out of a hole, and also there was some lava down here that had fallen out of a different one, and landed on the ground, broke both his legs, and instantly turned into a ball of obsidian. Which maybe is one of my favorite deaths I've just ever had in Dwarf Fortress. No, we're making a new world tomorrow. Should have brought these blocks closer. Oh well. You're liking this finale? We're ending it well? right, well, now the tense moment of waiting to see if this all falls apart. Of course, the king is right here with his axe. Oh boy, it begins. So the king sees this demon of snow. These are very, very weak because they are made of snow. Issue is they have deadly dust, and there is a death pit of death there. The king runs up to it, gets launched into the air, comes back down. Creature comes back down, lands next to them again. Seeing stuff flying everywhere. Really would like my Mark's dwarves to get down here quicker. Now, if it has a syndrome on this dust, I haven't figured out what it is. Because they just kind of huff, they puff, and they blow the fort down. That's about it. But they're not particularly strong outside of that. Rupert is bleeding. I'm wounded, that is annoying. Stab the winged demon. Ah, he took a bad fall from the creature. Demon of farts. I mean, wouldn't that be a poison cloud? Or noxious secretions? Or noxious gas? Whereas dust would be more like bad dandruff? That's where my brain's going. I don't know how accurate of a statement that'd be. Can you melt the demon of snow? I've said this before, Buttsworth, but I love your name. I would assume that just like all other demons, they are immune to lava and fire. But oddly enough, I've never tried pouring lava on a snow demon. I think somebody just died. Telenartho the scribe has been found dead, and somebody was immediately elected. Oh, okay, because it's the first of spring, makes sense. God. Guess we'll just let her run. Section of cavern has collapsed. Well, that's unrelated to anything that's going on right now. It's gonna get really annoying. I'm actually just gonna do this. Extinguish all, just for minimum distractions. Hand to Slayer and Baron de Bus's blood. Oh, Dwarf died. Baron de Bus is now dead. Hit his head on Slade, probably. Multiples of them? Okay, there's 2 of them. I don't like these creatures. Oh, here comes more. And even more. Rupert's been found dead? All right, let's find the king. Follow the king. Because the king was the one who wanted to do this. The king is not even injured. But did just kill a demon, I think. The king hacks the mosquito devil in the left wing, and the severed part sails off in an arc. You just killed a mosquito devil, didn't you? Yes, you did. And you're on top of a second one. Who's hacking the king with his foot, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. The king is injured and bleeding. Holy crap, there's so many. And there goes the king. King is dead. Long live the king. Yeah, if this didn't have these deadly dust dudes, if there was literally any other ability. Oh, something's got fireballs. I think we would have had a much better time. It's a lot of demons. Yep, that's hell. Now the question is, do they start coming up? Oh, look, that lass who sunk into depression and gave up is getting pushed. These things have no attack. They just push. Uh-oh. Those do. Those do. Those do. So whatever happened to my Marks Dwarves? Okay, well, Marks Dwarves, I'm going to tell you guys to go from wherever the hell you're trying to go to. Instead, I would like you to go all the way up to here. I'm going to pull this lever. We're going to slam this shut. And I'm going to lock this door. Once I tell these dwarves to get out of here, because I'm not a complete monster. We also no longer have the king, by the way. The king is now... Udil. Whoever that be. Dwarf? I guess that's it. You're dead. Have fun. It's good knowing you. Let's actually tell these guys to station over here briefly. Okay, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to put 2 wall pieces right here. Gonna extend this. Uh-oh. Probably best and wise to not go that way, Dwarf. Alright, well, here they all come. They really like this door. Okay, this dwarf UGDPY is taking some shots at this creature, which is a hummingbird brute. The bolts begin to fly. Oh! Excellent. No. As a matter of fact, I do not want to parlay. Believe it or not, I have no interest in no stinking parlay. Why do you think I would want such a thing? What in Armlock's name would make you think that we, the dwarves of the Fortress of Firebolt, want a friggin' parlay with some humans with goblin names? Yep, it's an image of goblins. The healing witch returns. It's good to see you too, friend. An experiment? No? What? I don't understand why what you think about what part of this you think was an experiment, but I don't really do experiments. No. Frame rate? Who even are you? Try pausing the game for a second there. Might be them trying to get through the door. May also be something completely unrelated. Just need to, I'm just spam clicking the pause button as much as I can. Pretty much, Tanko Joe. There we go. I do actually still have some squad dwarves left, which is kind of incredible. I think it might be this door that's at fault. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sacrifice this dwarf here. I think this door is the problem. Yeah, I'm aware that everything's all happening in one place. So I'm going to forbid this. I can't open this door for pretty obvious reasons. But what I can do, build a wall. Oh, okay, no, that doesn't do anything. So I can build a wall here. I should have thought about this. All right, let's just unpause the game and see if it sorts itself out in a moment. We'll see. The good news is I am still able to pause it. It just takes a while. But I think that this door is the problem. They all need to touch the door, realize they can't get through it, and then turn around. But if I unlock it, then I'll have no way of locking it again, and then they'll just get into the fort and kill me. Still in the fort somewhere, I'm not sure. They resurrected a couple of dwarves once during one of the demon fights, but... everything moved for a second there, and I got hopeful, and then went down to 0. Although, fortunately, we're in early spring, so I can actually just jump back to a save if I need to. I might need to. Because then I can change the order of which I do things slightly. This is the first time I've seen a flat 0 frame rate multiple times in one fort, though, in this version. So I don't know specifically what I did in this fort, but... oop, something moved. At least it's still moving. Yeah, it's the second time today, too, yeah. But like I said, I can jump back to a save if I need. Because we're only on the 4th of granite. We're on the 4th day of spring, so. It's only been spring for like 90 seconds. So regardless, I can avoid this, but I'm pretty sure it's this door that's the problem. Still clicking this button. Just need to get it right when the frame flips over. Grr. It could also be my dwarves trying to get down there, too. Okay. I can move the cameras again. So I need a wall here. Or I need floor pieces up here. What's causing this lag? 500 demons all trying to get one place at one time. And a door is locked. So they're not happy about that. And I'm trying to release them to fight the humans. So there's an additional large number, shall we say, of humans on the surface. Which isn't helping. Yeah, well, they're all trying to get through this one door, but this door is locked. So I could open the door, but that would not be anywhere near as exciting as the way I want them to go. Okay, Dwarf Fort doesn't like build now very much. That looks weird. They all want death of all the dwarves, yeah. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna build now some stuff right there. Once this pauses, and then unlock the door while it's paused. And just be like, wow, weird, where'd that wall come from? Anyway. Yeah, see, it's already there now. Let's cancel this and just go auto dump destroy. And build now. And unlock this. See if that fixes it. It doesn't matter, Logan. It's got nothing to do with how this PC game is. Like, it's got nothing to do with how big my computer is, okay? It's not, without, like, I don't know, giving you a brief education on how the entire programming of this entire game works, I don't think I could actually do that. Let's see if that was the issue. Dwarf Fortress is doing a lot more than pathfinding for 500 entities. It's pathfinding weight, temperature, contaminants, body temperature, internal liquids, internal organs, plus everything that's going on outside of the map, plus everything else that's trying to attack me, and the season just ticked over, so everything's catching up. Plus every single item on the entire map, every single item's location, the weight of every single item, the temperature of every single item, and throwing one curveball into that can cause this to happen. This game is one gigantic stack of cards that falls over sometimes. Yeah, there's one other actually door that I need to unlock. Thoughts, line of sight, mechanics, everything has like hundreds of years of memories that they're thinking through constantly. Dwarves all have locations and goals that they're trying to get to, places they need to be, all that kind of stuff. Barely explained anything, but... Alright. Also, if I seem less interested in explaining stuff, it's because I've been streaming for 12 and a half hours. 3 to 5 frames, 2 to 3 frames. Too many cards, not enough staples, needs more duct tape. So now every single one of them needs to figure out how to path underneath, over top of each other, around each other into this. Because these are all 3D entities, right? These aren't 2D entities. I know they look 2D, but they're not. They're 3D entities. So they're all trying to get right here, right now. And they can't. What if I just killed more demons? Thanks, Captain Obvious. Oh, easily, Logan. I mean, we had like 160 dwarves yesterday. 260, sorry. I've lost about 100 dwarves. So basically what needs to happen right now is all these demons need to figure out where they're actually going, which is down one flight of stairs and then around and through that hallway that's right just north of them. And they're figuring that out now. which is good. Once they all get their ass out of here, hopefully this will fix itself. I mean, I thought I just extinguished all the fires. But those shouldn't be doing anything, because the only things that could really actively be setting fires are things that are in the caverns, and these demons wouldn't be pathing through that. You know that you can make worlds stop at any point in history, right? Oh, this fort's 26 years old. Why does everybody assume that people use the default world lengths? I uncap the world generation generally and then just watch it until I decide to stop it when something seems interesting. 11 and a half hours from now, yeah. Was it the same as the DOS version? Dwarf Fortress has never run in DOS. I suppose. Not a bad thought. Actually, hold on. There we go. Not a bad idea. Actually, I'm pretty sure all those jobs are already canceled. There couldn't be seeds down here, could there? You know, I'm actually just going to do this. Cancel these. No. 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 Yep. No, okay. Certainly not plant orders. Okay, no, actually everybody should keep doing that. Nobody does this. Otherwise, I just jump back. Because the day hasn't even passed in game yet. Because it should stabilize around 20, but it's clearly not. I highly doubt it's temperature. Temperature is very mild an impact on my system. I guarantee you it's something trying to get somewhere, and I don't know what it is. Long story short, I'm not going to turn off temperature. You can turn off temperature all you want. I don't want to do that. Good. Okay, you know what we're going to do? I'm done with waiting. You know, when people ask me if it's the DOS version of Dwarf Fortress, I refuse to answer the question because it's just like... yeah, I don't know. It's just, I just completely ignore the question whenever people ask if something's a DOS version of Dwarf Fortress. Are you really asking me that question right now? But no, the literally only differences, aside from a few mechanical changes between premium and older versions of Dwarf Fortress, is one has graphics and a different UI. They are largely identical game aside from that. Hello, Arrow. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, well, we know that the king hasn't died yet. I'm going to leave this door unlocked, and I'm going to build a wall right here. And then we get to watch the king die again. Maybe he'll do better this time. Okay. Oh, right. Well, shit, I didn't think about that. Oh, wait. No, this is the command. I know my own command.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Let's get rid of all these. All these. That, this, that. Go up to here. Leave that door unlocked. Put a wall right there. And then also I need to jump up here anyway. Go down to here. Like this. Wait, are you the one that's connected to nothing? Yes. Like this. Connect it to that. Then pull it if I get the chance. Otherwise, don't. Then let's check through here. Then delete this. Send you guys to training. And wait. What in the world is the issue with that door? Because it's clearly that one door that's causing this. You know, is it weird that I kind of like it when my frame rate goes to hell? Because it's kind of like a weird puzzle that I get to spend the next hour solving? That being said, it's probably completely obnoxious for all you guys, so I'm kind of sorry. You know what? Let me double check something. Let's just pause. Let's do a little bit of searching. Okay, so demon go this way. They go this way. They go all the way up to here. Okay, then they go down, 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 down. They go all the way along here, yabbity blah blah blah, and then all the way to down here, then across, and then all the way down, then down here. Yeah, this is before the seed showed up too. And all the way down. Okay, then across. Okay. And then all the way down, 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 all the way down. Am I a computer scientist? Well, I worked night shift at McDonald's for 8 years and streamed too many video games on the internet. Am I a computer scientist? I wish I was that intelligent. But I'm certainly not. No, I'm the very rare thing that they call a nerd. I'm a oddball. So I got rooms like this that are inaccessible. Got this dwarf down here. Well, let's just leave it on pause and see what happens. I don't know. Sentient. If I knew, I would have fixed it already. It's just like some dude in like a Half-Life like lab coat, but with mechanical keyboards. Okay, we've moved into the first of spring. This is the king. No, I am a Twitch streamer. I play video games on the internet, and I've played video games on the internet for 10 years. This is my full-time job. I have no other job. I have no education outside of basic high school. If I got an education, I probably wouldn't be playing video games on the internet. Yeah, definitely. Gonna stream CUD after 12 hours and 40 minutes of Dwarf. Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's kind of fun. I don't even know if that's a joke that kind of annoys me that you asked that question. It's just like, really? Are you serious? Fuck you. That's my only response to that. It's not funny, Run Race joke, so thanks, mate. I didn't find it funny. I'm glad you think it's hysterical. Speaking of things that are hysterical, how you doing, Ghost Wizards? I'm trying to decipher frame rate problems while trying to end this stupid fort, and chat's asking me questions that makes me want to shoot them into the sun. I streamed Phoenix Point once. Back when I wanted that game to be cool, and the like 200th person who told me to stop streaming it and play a real game like XCOM, I eventually stopped. I never did finish it. I enjoyed it though. It was fun. It was just kind of annoying getting pestered by people to telling me to play XCOM. It's like, well, if I wanted to play XCOM, I'd play XCOM again. Those dwarves dying really slowly. Was there still a demon there? I can't even click it to check. Generally, once games are finished, they're better, yeah. Is that snow demon even killable? We've killed like 20 of them. The snow demon isn't the problem here. It's the frame rate that's the problem. Contemplating. Lack of frames. All right, well, let's try this then. Does the frame rate just go away the literal second this save starts running? Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here. I forbid this. And I'm going to build now this. Okay, frame rate's still tanking. Wow, it's literally just that. I know exactly where my walls are, Logan. And you asking me if my walls are locking the king down below, I can tell you for absolute certain I'm not doing that. All right? So, just for whatever it's worth, it's a little bit silly that you even suggest that as a possibility because I know exactly where the walls are. Right? Pretty sure I built this fortress. But no, the king's going to die down here. That's an inevitability. The concern is the frame rate. It's got nothing to do with the walls. So, if you want to just, you know, I should just ignore chat at this point and just try and decipher this pun. Hey man, I may have forgotten literally last save that it was an issue. You're not being helpful. You're irritating the hell out of me. I've been streaming for almost 13 hours. If you want to enjoy the stream with everybody, that would be rad. If you want to be kind of annoying and not actually really immediately benefit anybody aside from be mildly annoying, keep doing what you're doing, and then you'll get complained about by me. Okay? It's not really helpful. So if I just let this run, does the frame rate stay good? Frame rate stays usable if I just let this run. Does it go down to nothing? No, it stays at like 20. That's where it's supposed to be. Fight plays out the way it's supposed to. So that door is the problem. 100% this door. This door is the problem. So what can I do? Let's try this. Does that kill the frame rate? Okay. I could just... Okay, so if we just wanted to let it run and kill the whole fort, we could do that. But that's not how I want this to play out. I'm trying to do something very specific. And all of your guys' suggestions aren't really helping me get to that goal. Right? What I want them to do is path out of the fortress. They want to path through the fortress. Right? So them insisting on pathing out of the fortress is what's breaking the frame rate. Every single thing that you guys are suggesting will maybe give me a 2% frame rate increase, which would be totally useful, but not in a situation when the frame rate is below 0. Okay? So thank you very much for all of your very, very, very kind support and effort to help me solve this issue. But it's not going to solve the issue when the issue is the frame rate is 0 minus 50. Not, crap, I only have 30 frames a second. I want 35. Those are the issues that you guys are attempting to help me with, which is greatly appreciated, and I thank you very much for that. But when the problem is, I want to do something incredibly specific, y'all ain't helping, right? But please don't make me rage quit the stream, damn it. I don't want to do that. We're getting close to that point. Because at this point, I could just let it run, and it would be totally fine. They would go out through this door, okay? They'd flood out into the fortress, and they would kill every dwarf, and that would be totally fine. Hell, they may even pile out of the top of the volcano. That would also probably be pretty cool. But what I want them to do is go up this side route that I built for them. Go up this way, go all the way and up and out here. That's what I want them to do, right? So, you know what? We're done. We'll just let them play it out. We'll let the dwarves figure it out. Streamer intervention is complete. My cool idea for letting this fortress live on is not going to happen. So instead, let's simply witness the king as he vaults between the demons through the dust. Bits and pieces flying. Only so much you can do. Because you can't even get into hand-to-hand combat with these creatures.
Woohoo!
Soldiers start to fall around him. This king is a hero, though. I mean, by himself, this one king has killed... I don't know why this king killed a dwarf in the past year, but... Oh, probably actually one of the invaders, right? But killed a wraith of salt, a haunt of flame, a wraith of salt, hummingbird brute, a cyclops, which was legendary, too. Wonder if you'll catch any mosquitoes this time. Nope, okay. Getting battered. Long live the king. I continue to fight. Who's left? Deucem the Spearmaster.
Bring out your dead!
Still a strong dwarf in his own right. Fell off into the glowy pits to go to God knows where. I like how they chase it down into the glowy pits. It's like, guys, there's nothing down there. You should know this. Creatures of flame piling towards Datlas. The winged demons like don't even have a like an ability to attack, so I'm not too surprised that they're considered an other kill. The dwarves all start running in one by one. We're gonna do this. I'm gonna jump up to here, and I'm going to, oh, no, not right there. That's no bueno. Let's say this office right here. Actually no. Let's delete this burrow. Add a burrow. Only on the third. Jeez. Add everybody. Literally everybody to this. Dwarves begin running for the safe room. I like how some of them still are taking my way up. Mostly just going up this way. Let's follow you. Jade monster. Bunch more dwarves were found dead. The panic room? Yeah. This dwarf is just like standing there in panic. Don't blame him. Vile force of darkness arrives, seeking a parley. Yeah. Gates will stay open though. Mohreb, the Marks dwarf, moving forwards for something. Probably in disbelief, honestly. Okay, so they're only a few Z levels below. Here they come. So these blobs don't actually do much. They're mostly just like ash walls. They have no attacking ability. Same with these winged demons. They also have no attacking ability. It's the ones in between them that are pretty rough. Mosquito demons are especially rough. They're the ones that hunger for warm blood, which is always terrifying. This is the end, Jangles. Gotta pause the game for a second. Because I gotta go lock a door. Specifically this one. Lock these two doors. I'm gonna turn off all these stations. Actually just going to set them to training so that they fight if they get the opportunity to. I'm going to demolish this final burrow. We wait. So they're going in an odd direction, not the direction I expected them to go in. Do have some dwarves down here kind of freaking out. Bits and pieces starting to fly as demons start erupting from various places around the fortress on the lower levels. There's much blood starting to fly around. Sentient Potato does somehow have an axe. Kind of checks out. But hasn't really done much. And then, where are you? Why am I on this level now? I thought I was following. Okay. You've let's just say had a rough day. Your teeth are being forcefully removed. and now dead. So, good on you. Let's see how the invaders walking in the side door are doing. Well, there's many, many demons in this fortress. We got some caged prisoners, apparently. It seems that the enemy siege is very slowly... Holy shit. That's probably not helping. The enemy siege is very slowly approaching. Very slowly approaching. For a second there, I thought that they were actually blocked by trees. Wouldn't that be incredible? It's like, oh, they can't make it to the fort because there's trees in the way. Anyway, I've got 30 dwarves left somehow, so that's incredible. Oh, you know. Normal dwarf fort, Guru. Normal dwarf fort. Quite the... There's... I love just, like, seeing random dwarf in midair. It's like, this dwarf is just, like, 1 Z level too high up. Well, Caden, you had a good time as a dwarf, I think, right? 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 And this is how he knew that he fucked up. Splat. Okay. Climbs back up. Oh, God. Oh, he dead now. So is, Dragoon. Errol, the militia commander's doing all right over here. Wait, what's coming around the corner? Sees a bunch of dust, gets slammed against the wall. Probably didn't feel too good, and then immediately gets crushed by the demon of snow. Oh yeah, this fort has had many holdings. All things I captured, mostly necromancer towers, also some caves, a few other things. There's a child getting ripped apart up here. That's kind of dark. Who's left? Who's still alive? Let's see. The named dwarves that are still alive are Art Dude, Ashelin, Desanix. Hey, the necromancer's still alive. Making slabs. That's oddly fitting. Iron Zack, who's in prison. Orange, who's in prison. Are you insane? No, you are not. That is good. That is our insurance policy. Iron Zack, who's chained up, and the door's open. Well, that sucks. Who else is still alive? Rupert, who's the mayor currently, who's in prison. PC Conti's still alive. Seems like our armless dwarf is dead. Well, that's unfortunate. Neezer's still alive, playing make-believe in his bedroom. Just kind of running around. This giant mosquito walks in. Is vengeful when joining an existing conflict. There's a giant mosquito there. Giant mosquito pounces on him. There goes Neezer. The remainder of the demons are flooding through the surface. Down into the lower levels. So, I wonder how that enemy siege is doing. Alright. Making their way downtown. I'm actually kind of curious. What are these? These are Ebka's Demon. They are eyeless humanoids with twisting jointed trunks, charcoal skin, which is warty. And this night creature was first created by the human necromancer Ebka, who I killed. Fun fact, after horrible experiments on the human Zenga. Well, I too would commit horrible crimes on the human criminal Zenga for making Farmville. New Fortnite? I ain't making a new fort tonight. I'm in this room for 13 hours. I'm going the fuck to bed after this, and then maybe streaming tomorrow if you guys are lucky. Maybe. Hard maybe. All right, so the first demon that I'm aware of to escape is a ball of salt that does nothing, but flies. Everyone's so chill with the slaughter, and like a goblin thief flies past yours and you panic. Hey, it's a goblin thief. He could steal your firstborn. Or your 14th born. Or knowing Dwarf Fortress, your 248th born. Why is it just flying away? Bye, I guess. This guy's all just like Freebird. Okay, they probably see the demon now. I need this tree gone. This tree's a problem. Oop. I said it does nothing, yet somehow immediately killed 2. Did it just crush them? Yeah, it's literally kicking them to death. It's a ball. It's a ball of snow. I think. It's a giant hawk composed of salt. Okay, I was mistaken with the Wrath of Salt then. I thought this was the snowballs. This was not, in fact, the snowballs. It was far worse than the snowball. Anyways, it's dead. They got it. These are drowning, though, so... Sucks to be them, I suppose. Oh, hey, they found my rhinos. I would assume. Well, that's horrifying. Oh no, they're firing my rhinos. Well, that's even meaner. We've killed so many of those fire-breathing things. Also, I love how I have 2 dwarves left. I guess that's why the frame rate went up a bit. Damn, I really wish those fire creatures would set the fire off in the base of the tavern. Wow, baby rhinos have so much blood in them. Let's see what... Okay, I need to look at what that looks like in ASCII. God. That is horrifying, actually. That... the last 2 dwarves, I assume... Yeah, so PC Conti, my mare, who is... in a cage? I don't know how that happened. So I guess got knocked into a cage trap? And then Orange, who is in prison and a zombie. So... Yeah, it must have been the dust knocked them into the cage, yeah. Frame rate, I hardly knew ye. Feels like it's coming back, though. We're up to 3 again. 4! 5! Maybe if I extinguish all fires. No, for repeatedly tantruming and killing people is why the zombie got put in prison. You were so good at tax evasion, King, that we made you king. I'm pretty sure that's how Dwarven fortresses work. That is a lot of demons trying to get through a small corridor. Let's just... Extinguish. Oh. Okay. Suddenly frames are coming back. Sort of. A little bit. I was really hoping that the human army would be like right here. Or the army of humans and dwarves would be like right there when... when the next fight started, but unfortunately no. There's so many in one tiny tunnel. I mean, I could have done without the 30 minutes of me yelling at the low frames, but it is in fact a solid end. Well, I mean, the acts of a crazy king insisting on abolishing necromancy brought a once relatively peaceful land into absolute chaos because this faction insisted on not only abolishing necromancy, but even our allies that harbored them. We conquered, we annihilated. And after making enemies with the few friends we had left, we knew that the only way to continue forward was by simply going so deep that we had the power and the weapons to continue the fight against those that we once called friends. Well, we dug too deep. We were far too greedy. The rest is history. Maybe these tales will continue to be spread by the zombie left in the basement. Or perhaps by no one at all. Battles continued for the fortress of Firebolt. It just wasn't fought anymore by the dwarves who once lived there. Oopsies, I just teleported somewhere I wasn't expecting to. But instead, by the creatures that now called it their home. What even is this white stuff? Jesus. Snow Demon Frozen Extract. Lovely. Fires burned and the demons live on. We're so set on destroying necromancy and evil, we didn't stop to think if we'd gone far enough. At what point does necromancy simply become science? Well, these dwarves will never know. So I'm gonna do some magic spells real quick. I'm far too lazy to get this dwarf out of a cage, so I'm just going to exterminate this. Bye, PC Conti. You did a good job being mayor. Now, Orange is still alive, and I'm going to unlock the door. Now, I don't know if this dwarf can do this. But dwarf, if you can. No, you've sunk into depression. This dwarf won't be able to do it. I was going to say this dwarf should engrave their surroundings, but they're too depressed too. There's one creature left. Creature left. As Folut Mott Rubblestrange, the Shade Monster, known for killing just a single dwarf. Clumsy, though it is. Smells the scent of a strangely rotten creature in the basement. Oh, our necromancer died halfway through this fight. Something has collapsed on the surface. I wonder why. I just need something to kill it. Yeah, that's probably what's collapsing on the surface. I'm actually curious, where did the majority of the demons fly off to? Probably just up at the top of the map. Oh, they're all like in the lake. They're taking showers. But we just need one more dwarf to die now. But the frame rate's insisting on going. You know what? I think we'll leave it up to fate. Who knows what happened to that strange, depressed, bleak stalker? I can speak. Maybe this demon kills it. Maybe it doesn't. But it's time for us to abandon this fortress to ruin. How surprised would you be to learn that Dwarf Fortress also has angels and gods and archangels? Has a lot of things. And boogeymen that shapeshift. And weird creatures that all they do is kidnap people and turn them into wives, regardless of what they once were. All right, everybody. Chat room here on Twitch. This was a stream that was about 4 hours longer than I was intending it to be. So, I hope you're happy. I have to go to bed in 40 minutes to get 8 hours of sleep. Take care of myself. Nothing about today has been taking care of myself. YouTube stream, I'm going to shut you guys off now. Thank you much for hanging out. If you want to raid with us, pop over to the Twitch side of things. But thanks for watching to the 34 of you left. You know, I think we had my highest view count ever on YouTube, with the exception of the time that I streamed that interview with Tarn. But that's an unfair advantage. So we had 61 people on the YouTube side of things, which is pretty good. Hey, Dr. Linden, we're just calling it. All right, the YouTube stream is now over. And God, I hope I rest. Chat, this isn't really a big surprise or anything. But I got